up and kicking.
Indeed. I've had to put clothes on and everything.
I know, it's not fair, is it? No, the Trident, the guy said, it's not working at all. I went, okay. I turned it on and some lights and stuff like that. I thought it might be the power supply, but it's not. The power supply's working absolutely fine. But as to... there was just so many things I was finding that weren't working. And that's full of SSM 2044 filters.
Right.
Which are rocking horse shit now. Come to think of it, so the VCOs, which are also SSM. I think they're 2050s, 2055s, or something like that, or 54s. Rarest rocking. He's got MN 3002 delay line chips. There's about 4 of them in that. None of them working. So I'm tightening it up, right? And I go, well, that's not working. That'll cost him this. Go online and have a look. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, he needs 4 of them. So I started tightening this all up, and it got over 1,200 quid parts. Never mind the amount of labour that's involved in fitting all this shit. And I've gone, no, he ain't going for this. So I just put it all back together and stood it in the corner. And I'll get on with his OB8 that he brought down with it.
Okay.
He said that had a problem with 3 voices. And I went, okay, that sounds easier. Turn that on. 2 lights. None of the buttons working. No sound. So I open it up, and even the MIDI board that holds the main EPROM, the processor, and the various bits and bobs to do the MIDI on this, because it was one of the pre-MIDI OB8s, wasn't even screwed down. It was just sitting across the board, the board underneath, and it's like, for fuck's sake, it's sitting on a DAC and stuff like that. I'm going, oh, somebody's had a go in this again. The amount of keyboards that I work on where I open them up and go, oh, somebody's had a go at this first. And do you know what I mean? And it's sort of like, you know, they've tried to, bless them, they've tried to repair something. They're in the right area, but they're not actually repairing what the problem actually is, just close to it, right?
Yeah.
And they've completely fucking ruined the... All right, babe. Torn the tracks, they burnt... mate. It's like, I keep getting this. You know, if you're going to bring them to me, just bring them to me. Don't ever go first. Seriously, do not ever go first. And, yeah, it's just a shit show. It really was. It's just one after the other. But I needed to get through all of these. And what was the thing I looked at this afternoon after the Trident? It's the... after the OB8, sorry. Because I just stood that up in the guy. Yeah, I'll look at that later. Was E3, EMU.
Okay.
An EMU E3 keyboard. And... okay, put the disc in it, you know, the operating disc. Turn it on. Nothing. For fuck's sake. Drive's not working. Fucking hell. Oh. Okay, what else can I bang my head against? So I had a quick look to see what else there was to do. Because, I mean, I had enough trouble with that Jupiter 6 yesterday that Matt knows about. Fucking thing.
He was talking, well, what could it be? And I'm like... This?
Yeah,
fucking, I'm talking to Ken Spong about a repair. What the fuck?
No. There's a philosophy, right? There's a philosophy. If you talk to somebody who doesn't know anything about the subject, their thinking processes are different, right? And sometimes they see something that the professional, inverted commas, has overlooked because it's a different mindset, right? So... and the things everything you suggested was perfectly valid. unfortunately already ticked off.
Yeah.
But there were things you were saying and go, yeah, well, oh no, did I check that? And he checked it and go, yeah, it is all right. But I checked it. But it led me onto a path where I started to think outside the box with it. Because basically what it was, this Jupiter 6, what it does is you play it's in tune. Yeah? Not a big problem. Okay. When you turn on the pitch bender buttons for VCO1 and VCO2, nothing seems to happen. It's fine, yeah? But if you go to split mode, the bottom half of the keyboard is half an octave lower than the top half. So out of tune by 7 cents, I suppose, if you want to call it that. Making it completely fucking unusable, unless you can play in 2 different keys at the same time. Justin springs to mind. He probably can do that.
Ty.
Yeah. No, he'd employ somebody to do it the other end. So, and it was like, well, that's weird, considering it's going through the same DAC, and, you know, hang on a minute, yeah. So
it's just more therapeutic service.
Yeah. Well, basically what it was I traced it down to being actually the modulation board under, you know, itself. And so what was happening was a spurious offset voltage was being created as soon as you activate the pitch wheel. So I replaced the ICs corresponding to that with brand new ones, and the problem changed slightly but didn't improve. So literally 6 hours later, I'm texting Matt going, what do you reckon? Fuck it, I've got nothing else to lose now. I lost the dog. Come on.
Cheers.
Serious, have a look at
Thanks.
this. Wait, no, you know what I mean, right?
By the way, in case you're wondering why I'm dabbing my nose, you said I look like fucking Grizzly Adams earlier, so I've had a shave and cut my fucking nose.
Yeah, but what was even funnier is that video connection. He sounded, it was dropping in and out, but his voice was 2 octaves higher. But it was cutting in. Yeah, he was. He was going. What?
Eddie has that problem on his interface where he gets lower. He sounds like Barry White.
Oh my god!
It's really funny
because it was dropping in and out, and it was really. It was like it was at a different sample rate or something, wasn't it? And it was. Anyway.
Wait, are you doing the Asian schoolgirl thing again? Or the...
Yeah. Well, what it turned out to be was one of the brand new ICs I'd put in was fucking faulty.
Oh.
Cunts. So, yeah, so that was 6 hours down the fucking toilet.
Hey, you mentioned emulator and floppy drive and stuff. Do you even bother fixing floppy drives? You just recommend go text everybody.
Just go take it. Stop fucking about. Yeah,
it's
just
not really
go
worth
take
it, right?
No, because what you end up doing is you end up putting another 40-year-old drive, and it could go well.
Exactly.
Could be gone by tomorrow, or maybe next week. Who knows?
Although the Vintage Computer Fair guys, a fair amount of them still try to use the old shit. A lot of them have some kind of a GoTech equivalent, but they still.
Well, yeah, that's probably more romance.
Yeah.
That's probably more romance than productivity, isn't it? Kind of thing. Yeah.
Bragging rights for a complete system.
Yeah.
I'll keep a floppy drive until it dies.
Yeah.
Then I'll replace it.
Yeah.
Because my Mac 128K from 85 with 400K floppy drive, that fucker still works. I mean, I had to fix it a bunch, but the goddamn thing still works. It's amazing.
Well, the drives on the Yamaha stuff, they're all direct drives, so they don't even suffer from the dodgy belts. They're all direct, so they're reasonably good.
That's
he said, probably next time we fire it up, it'll break.
Yeah, you just jinxed yourself.
Mind you, I've fixed a drive with a dodgy belt before now with a bloody elastic band. No, straight up. Yeah.
One of those good produce style rubber bands, for produce.
Those sort of like wide ones, slightly wider. Hello.
Good evening
from the dark north.
Oh, incoming.
Hello.
Ian, did you put more stuff in your studio?
Maybe.
Looked like you did.
Or an earthquake.
Yeah, no, I've got a rehearsal with a blues band in a couple of weeks' time, so I brought some keyboards out of.
Yeah.
Hello. Take my hat off now. It's raining here.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, it's southwest, isn't it? Well, south, basically. Rains in the south.
It looks like it wants to rain, but it hasn't bothered.
I need to do
Even the
something
clouds can't be bothered round here now.
Right.
I look a bit white, don't I? I look a bit pale. Just
Just a bit. Well, you have been in Scotland.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Turned blue. Yeah.
Wonder if he's adopted the accent as well now. Okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
I'm still looking even darker now.
Yeah. Okay, they knew, laddie. Hey.
Will you have a wee dram?
Aye.
Yeah, Scotland was great. It's all over now. 42 reviews. Job done.
42 review. Fucking hell.
And Jane kept saying, we haven't done many. I'm going, bloody hell, love. We've done over 30.
You said one was kind of raunchy, right? Kind of unpleasant and raunchy.
Yeah, it was actually. It's the girl out of... You probably haven't seen it in America, Andy, but it's the thing that we've got a British sort of teen program from a few years ago called Skins, and it was a girl from that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, you know Skins?
The British one was better. The Americans tried to make one for MTV. It was fucking garbage. The British one was actually pretty good.
Yeah, and it had a character called Katie Finch in it. I vaguely remember it. I never watched all of them, but she was in series 3. It was her, and it was about how young female actors are treated in the in the business, but also slightly about porn, because what I found out since is that she's been doing she funded the whole show by doing an OnlyFans thing, which makes it feel a bit.
Was actually got his start in Skins, right?
Sorry, say again.
That actor from Slumdog Millionaire.
Well, yeah,
he got his start.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very powerful piece, really. I mean, and we were talking about it only actually earlier today, because there's a bit where she's full frontal, which is my heart sank, but there's nothing titillating about it at all.
Right.
It really is quite.
Yeah.
And when she did the full frontal thing, we said she actually didn't really need to do that, but that might have got more bums on seats in some case, because people was presumably some men would be going to see this 32-year-old young actor fully naked.
What was the name of the show again?
Exactly. It's like people going to see Equus to get the nudity, right? So.
Yeah, but I mean, there's some actresses that actually see it as an advantage over male actors, because that's something they can fall back on that male actors probably couldn't do.
What, you mean porn? Or OnlyFans? Only friends. This is OnlyFans, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking hope so, because I'm not getting mine out for you.
Yeah. I mean, I never having seen...
in this weather?
Yeah, in this rain.
It's up here somewhere.
Yeah, trust me, it's just the cold weather, right? That's it.
Yeah. And can I say, as everybody's been saying, I mean, Inky, bless her. Good old Lisa. I mean, I miss that girl already,
Yeah.
Well, I missed the whole Sunday Harbor Jam thing. I was busy. I didn't know she was missing the entire show. So that was
because that's when I've watched her set. So her set was on Sunday, wasn't it?
Her set was on Saturday, I thought.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, because mine was early on Saturday. Hers was later on Saturday, and then I didn't get a chance to check in on Sunday at all. And people were trying to contact her all day.
But the thing was, she posted something on her Facebook 30 minutes before the show went live.
Oh, on Sunday? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because I know she's been forever. She's been trying to get me into hardware jams, and there's nothing. I just don't really have the time to do it every week. And if I'm going to commit, I need to be able to do it most weeks, and I can't.
I get Kent in there also, but
Yeah.
But she is responsible for me getting the circuit, because the amount of help that she gave me choosing that bloody thing and talking about it and sending me messages and it was having conversations, I
already had a circuit. She made me break down and get the mono station, which is also cool but quirky.
Yeah, I mean, I will probably get a tracks at some point because I still really like it.
Rhythm, the tracks, they're all really cool, actually. I just
Yeah.
too many things.
You know, but it's really sad. You know,
Yeah.
and she's too young.
Yeah.
You know, 52 is too young.
52.
Mm.
But then, you know, you look at my
Jesus, she's younger
stepson,
than I
he
am.
was 22.
I know. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd already had one shock at the weekend, which was we were watching something, and Fiona says, "Oh, whatever happened to that guy?" It was a stand-up comedian, completely bald head. And he used to
Lee Hurst.
he used to do something with a double bass. He'd do a skit with a double bass.
The tall, long
Yeah.
face.
He did the
he-
sketch show with Lee Mack and that.
Yeah.
And we thought, she says, perhaps he died or something like that. And I said, I'll look it up on Google. I looked it up, and he's there. He's working out in Andy's neck of the woods. He's doing the circuits out there in California. I went, he's still going. All right, cool. Like that. But I noticed it said that he was 61, but it said born 1963. I went, oh dear, that's a mistake. They'll have to put that straight.
Yeah.
And then I thought about it. I went,
Depends what month.
oh shit, that means I'm not 60. Oh,
What year were you born?
1962.
So you'll be 62 this year then.
Yeah. So I'm 61, not 60. I thought I was 60. I thought it was going to be 61 in December. I'm not. I'm going to be 60 fucking 2. I've lost a year.
Give it
Well, I hit 50 and went backwards, so I'm 27.
I tell you what, all week my back has been saying, you're a lot older. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, and my knee. Every time I get up, it goes click.
I
Oh,
might have
your
been
mother.
doing that for years.
Yeah, but when
Does
mine
this
does
work?
it, when mine does it, the dogs go.
Hey.
Guess it was upgraded then.
Right, so last time we'll see him then.
Yeah.
He
I
won't be
don't
on
know. I
next
don't know
week.
any others about that. What's
Oh,
this
be-
one?
oh,
Is that one?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh, that. Okay.
And then just one on its own.
Oh, yeah.
that's cra-
Robbie's
I've
just
frozen.
crashed.
Robbie's just killed his. Here we go. Here we go.
That's all right.
And then you've got that one.
You think that's a problem? Listen to this. See?
Oh no.
No, it's all right.
Oh, fuck it. Oh, look.
Whoa. What's going
Wigging out.
Can
He's
you
got
hear
a-
me?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, we can.
That's weird.
are you trying to reset your camera?
No, yeah, I was turning it on and
it
off.
looks like-
Yeah. How weird. I've never done that before.
Hey, it's a Thursday. There you go.
Yeah, that's.
It is Thursday. Yeah, fucking hell.
Let me try that again. Hang on. Let's do that one.
Oh, I'm so,
Oh, it's
yeah,
locked
yeah.
up.
Let's do it again.
You had that problem 6 months ago, Robbie, something like that? It was locking up every time you do it.
Yeah. How weird.
I had to activate it though because I'm using Firefox. And it's automatically switched off in Firefox.
Yeah, same in Chrome, I think.
Is it?
So, switch it on,
Is Robbie suffering from picnic?
yeah.
No, I honestly don't know. No one else.
It's been a strange week when, you know, Robbie's computer's going tits up. You were asking me for advice on the fucking Jupiter. It's just, what?
I know. It kind of helped. It kind of helped because it set me down a road. I was going, right, let's start looking at stupid shit. And that's when I went, do you know what? I'll just take these ICs out and try another two.
You said to me there were only 3 components on the mod board, or the bender board.
There was only 3 components that were involved in that unit, yeah.
And I thought, well, there can't be a fucking chip then. So I didn't even ask about a chip.
Ta-da! With me putting 3 new ICs in.
Well, you'd said you'd replaced everything, so that's
Yeah.
discounted it, didn't it?
It's fucking mental. But I had to calibrate and tune it, and I hate doing Jupiter 6s because you can't tune it with a tuner. You have to tune it with an oscilloscope. So, fuck off, Roland.
Yeah.
Wankers.
Oh, fuck. Fucking blood.
Oh, actually, and fuck off, Korg and all.
Yeah, wankers.
No, honestly, God, the boards. I after going through everything, there's one board that I really suspected to have a lot wrong with it, and it's the KLM 382 board. So I get the service manual, and I'm scrolling through all the schematics. There is no KLM 382 board listed in the schematics. So I went down and loaded the schematics from somewhere else, and it's not in there either. They never released the schematic for that board. Ever. So they can go and fucking suck on a donut and all. I was talking to Michelle just now, which is what I said to you, like it took me a little while to get back to you when you messaged me. Because I'd messaged you.
To me, to you.
Anyway, and I thought, Johnny goes, oh, isn't technology wonderful? There's Michelle going for a walk in the park, and she's talking to you on the phone, on your iPad, in the front room. I went, yeah. Yeah, we've had it a while now.
What's Wagga on about with the jelly wrestling idea? What jelly wrestling idea?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I told my jelly wrestling story, didn't I? That was quite a long time ago.
I think Waggu's on the absinthe tonight.
Was he?
So it's quite funny because Michelle says to me,
I think he's a little bit behind.
Yeah, Michelle goes to me. She goes, oh, I got one question. I really do need to ask you. And I went, yes, all right, I will marry you. And Fiona's gone out from behind her laptop. So did she say yes? Am I free?
And then she said, no pubs for you.
Yeah, so...
she was chucking the puppy in the pool today.
Oh, it was so funny.
Dogs like this. Fiona's got the puppy.
She's doing it from up here.
Straight legs out.
Way, like that. The dog goes, way, plop. And he climbs back out again, going, didn't like that, don't do that again. She went, yay, way.
But when she climbs back out, Nelly jumps all over, doesn't she?
Yeah. Well, she does this, Lily does this thing with Noah, where she stands over him now, completely. Right? So his head's just under here. She stands with him, and then lays down. So he can't move, and bites his neck, and he's there going, giving it this. Oh, they play all day, but the barking. Oh my God. Never stops. Yeah, so they're in that pool most of the day. I mean, it wasn't warm today, was it?
No, it wasn't. No.
No, dogs didn't give a monkeys, mate. They were straight in there this morning.
Warm here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it was warm when the sun came out for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I dropped James' bike off for a service.
Get that. No sun at all there today.
No?
Nope, nothing.
Well, now we had a little bit this morning, briefly, and then it went. Then it popped out again for about 10 minutes, like he says, and then popped back in again.
Well, I reckon we're in for a good one tomorrow. So.
But yeah. So.
Waggo thought, you seen that? Thought I could give the jelly wrestling idea to the lass from Skins.
It's definitely on a delay.
Fuck it.
He is, yeah.
BPD. He's on a BBD, a big bastard delay. Had to go and shut his bank account down today.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we've had to start all that. Not fun. Not fun.
I've had me debit card hacked.
You got a
I
debit
don't-
card hat.
Hacked. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't.
wear that at a jaunty angle.
I normally use Apple Pay for everything, but
I love apple pie.
Yeah, I'm going to slap you in a minute. Don't spawn.
Come on in. Come on. Come on in.
Can't reach.
Come on.
And we came back from Edinburgh, and bank statements on the mat, and James looks. He says, "What have you been doing with that with Google Ads?" I said, "I don't do anything with Google Ads. I mean, I used it on the business account probably about 8 years ago, but this is his personal account." She said, "There's 100 quid gone out of the account."
Ooh.
So I'm looking through the account. There's another one that's 96. That one's 118. So they started in June for 10 quid. Then a week later, 50 quid, and then three in July, getting progressively bigger amounts. So about 400 quid's worth of, right? So I got onto NatWest Fraud. Well, after messing around with, can't you use the app? No, I don't use the app. Can you use internet? Actually, for the last 24 hours, we've had no internet. The internet's been down here.
Oh.
So, mobile internet's crap at the best of times. So, no, I can't use the internet because I did try it in here. Actually, phone was over there trying to get 4G. Absolutely no chance. So anyway, I got split through to somebody, and he says he kept me on the phone for. He says, "I'll be about 5 minutes, and I need to check on this." And he came back. And he went, "Yep, looks dodgy to me. I just want to look at another transaction that's on your card, because I very rarely actually use my card because it's not the Apple Pay account, because that's not your card number." So and anyway, he went away again, and he came back. Yep. Yeah, your card's been compromised. I've killed it. It's you can't use it from now on.
Right.
I'll send you a new card, a new PIN. So that's on its way.
Oh,
So-
another new pin to remember.
Oh well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and they've already. To be fair, they've already refunded me. They've already put it back into my account. They've done it really quickly. So. But what's weird is that I'm assuming that somebody is buying Google Ads, and I didn't know that because it says it appears like it's a subscription. Well, I didn't think Google Ads were a subscription as such. So I don't quite know how I don't know how they've got all of the card details, because I say unless
There's
it's
1,001 different ways, mate.
well, the only way because I don't use my card in a hole in the wall or for anything. I just use Apple Pay all the time. The only time I use it is buying stuff online. So unless it's a website that's been compromised, and that's the only thing I could think of. It's that OnlyFans, isn't it? It's the OnlyFans site.
Oh, dear me.
But yeah, no. Actually, to be fair, NatWest have been all right. It's just took time sorting it out yesterday morning.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Scumbags. What? Oh.
Sweet nectar of life.
I'm having my daily intake of 85% dark chocolate. It's good for you, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Just a small bar.
I wouldn't know if Fiona fucking eats it all.
Not. I
That's
don't
the
do milk.
antioxidants. It's good for you.
Yeah, I don't do milk chocolate. Actually, I don't like milk chocolate that much because I always feel crap after it.
Kill the heretic. Don't
Matt.
like milk, do-
I'm really enjoying that book you lent me on Depeche Mode. But I have to say, and here we are, heretic, I'm not really enjoying the music.
It's all right.
I'm already up to Black Celebration in terms of listening. I just think it's not for me, if I'm honest.
Stripped are great.
Yeah, not everybody.
It's not for me. I mean, I did like the first album because I had the first album when it first came out, but it was of its time, I think.
My favourite two are Violator and SoFab.
I haven't got to them yet. So I'm hoping that thing. I mean, I didn't know that Daniel Miller was so involved in the production and the writing to some extent, and obviously, getting all the synth sounds and all that. I think musically it's sort of interesting and of its time. Those albums, those first 5 albums, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah. I think lyrically it's a bit naive, but.
Yeah, but he don't forget Vince Clarke walked away and he was.
I know he was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I like I say, I think he hit peak at Violator and. Songs
I'll be
of Faith.
interested to know what. I mean, I keep listening to the next album and thinking it is better because I can see the progression, but I'm thinking I want to like it better than I do. But it's not. You're right. It's music. Music's
That's
like
the
that.
beautiful thing about music, isn't it? It's
not everybody
likes everything.
I said to Jane today, I said, I'm not really enjoying these albums. I said, but what do I know? Millions of people love them.
But but then again, there's stuff out there that people like that I don't. And it's each to their own, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, thanks. I mean, I would
stops the world from being boring.
I still think Construction Time again, Some Great Reward, and Black Celebration are probably my 3 favourite.
Your favourites, yeah.
I love Violator and I love music for the masses. Yeah. I even love Ultra above, say, Songs of Faith.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Again, I love pretty much everything that they've done, but I think for me, it's those 3 albums. Construction, Reward, and Celebration were just so different, and the use of sampling just entranced me. It was just like they're making music out of chucking pebbles down gutters.
Oh yeah, you can hear that.
And it's just there was nothing else. Certainly in the commercial pop realm. Yeah, I mean you could hear some industrial stuff if you knew where to look. But back in those days, if you didn't know about it, you didn't know about it.
Yeah, it was metal clangs and stuff. Those
if you didn't read sounds or Melody Maker or something, and didn't find Eichstensen and Newboughton and all of that stuff, which I found later.
Yeah.
So to me, what Depeche Mode were doing was just like that's mental, and they all had emulators, and they looked amazing.
I mean, I was going through the Talk thing at the same time. So from the early Talk stuff, which the poppy stuff, through to the mid '80s when suddenly they went so experimental that I went, whoa, this is me. This is my bag. And I still listen to those albums. I tell you whose album I do love. It's one of the Alan Wilder albums, the solo albums. I think it probably is actually. I've only listened to one so far. I thought, wow, I'm into this stuff.
What's the one?
Because it's on.
I'm trying to remember which one it was.
So the one I've listened to is Recoil. Yeah, it is 1+2.
Oh, it's the first one.
Yeah. So, and I will go back and listen to all of them at some point because I thought that floated my boat.
Bloodline was my favourite of the ones that he did.
All right.
That's my favourite album that he did as a solo. But he did a few. I didn't think much of Subhuman because he went very blues with that.
All right.
It just I don't know. Yeah, Bloodline was a good one.
I look forward to them. But I'll leave them to probably after I've finished reading the book and listening to the rest of the back catalogue.
So you're not going down to Brighton on Sunday then? Or Hove?
Is that where they're playing?
No. Alan Wilder's selling off his entire record collection.
Well, not his entire collection.
Well, most of it.
No.
He's keeping all the Mode and Recoil stuff that he's got. He's keeping that back for another event where So basically, it's just his record collection. There's probably a lot of mute stuff in there, stuff that he got given and what have you.
I've got the mute book. You know, the have you ever seen the great big thick book about? Yeah. I had got that a few years ago. That's a great book.
I've got.
Sorry, go on.
No, so I got that big compilation they did, mute documents, which is very good.
I don't have that now.
Yeah,
I got because birthday presents. I got. I did buy it myself, mind you. But do you know what Johnny Trunk is?
That name rings a bell.
Yeah, you should know him, Rob, because he does lots of. He's got a little record label. They sort of. He's based in London, and I'm on his mailing list. He does a really funny email every Friday. But he mainly goes to record fairs and buys really obscure stuff. He was a big advocate for Basil Kirchen, whose stuff is really interesting. And he's recently put out a book called it's not auto-erotica, audio-erotica. Now, it sounds dodgier than it really is. And all it is, because I worked for so many years in the hi-fi industry, it's just loads and loads of adverts from hi-fi companies from the early 70s to the late 80s, I think it is. And I've only just thumbed through it, but it's just brilliant. I'm thinking, God, I remember, So they're all in there, Sansui and all these companies that, and there's a little bit about each one,
Yeah, no, I thought, well, if I was free and I had a bit of cash, which I don't because I'm about to go on holiday, so I'm trying to save, I might have popped down. But the thing is, because it's Alan Wilder's collection, because Depeche Mode fans are many in number and quite excitable, it's probably not going to be the best experience. And I've never been to that record store, but he shares the space with the barbers, so it ain't gonna be big. Now, luckily on the Sunday, apparently he's the barber's not open, so he's taken all his regular stock off and he's just putting all of this Alan stuff out there.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be pleasant, and it'll probably be a little expensive. And yeah, no, I'll give that a swerve.
You see, the only fun thing I do is the talk thing. So, if it was Mac Hollis's collection, then I might have been. I understand it, but I wouldn't bother doing it with anybody else, really. I have that book you told me about, the book that's coming out in, I think it's October, by the guy who did all the artwork for Talk.
Oh yes,
you sent me the link ages ago. I've ordered it, so that's coming, which will be my birthday present from my boys. They don't know it yet, but it will be. Because the phone call we had on the 7th was like, we'll sort a present out. I said, well, there's this book I've ordered, so.
I'm going somewhere else this weekend, which is going to be fun. I don't think I'm at liberty to say where just yet, but maybe we'll find out. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting week. And then I'm going to stop in at that old cunt. That one.
I won't bother.
Him.
He'll set the dogs on you, man.
He doesn't have to.
I know.
But he's going to get his first
Blowjob
experience. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I'll bring the jar for me teeth.
Oh,
getting the luxury version.
You get,
cool.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
No expense. No expense.
A la carte.
Indeed.
No expense spent. Yeah.
No expense.
That's called the granny. Yeah.
He's going to have his first go on the Polybrute 12.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Whether he likes it or not.
And he's going to have a go on my mini brute.
I am.
Oh,
We're gonna swap.
Recently restored.
Lovely. From?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
The garden.
The garden. Yeah. No,
Hey, speaking of music, have you guys heard the song "Help Me" by Brian Ferry?
help me.
It's a very obscure track, apparently. So it's in the
No.
it's in the credits for the soundtrack of The Fly by David Cronenberg.
Oh, I've seen
It
that
was written
film.
for the movie. It was in the listing. It was never played because they thought it messed up the tone of the credits.
Oh, okay.
But it's kind of funny because it's just out of nowhere. This guy writes the song for the movie soundtrack, and it's on the soundtrack, but it's only listed in the movie. You never hear it in the movie.
Huh.
So is it not on any Brian Ferry albums?
Hey,
It's in a compilation album, sure, but
Oh,
it's just
right.
funny because it's from the old "Help Me," from the original Fly.
Yeah. No, I
He does
don't
say
think I've
"Help Me"
heard
in the
that.
remake, also. He just doesn't say it like that.
How bizarre.
Kind of funny how they did that.
Oh, by the way, Rob, it happened to me again. Last night.
It happens to most men. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, it happened to me again.
It's a bill for that.
Last night, there was an advert on my Facebook for Spitfire Audio's Jupiter.
Oh, that, yes. Yeah.
And I went,
35% off.
yeah, well, should I? Shouldn't I? I don't
No,
know.
you shouldn't,
I listened to some of the demos and everything. Went, yeah. Do you know what? After half an hour of deliberating, I went, okay then, fuck it. So I call up the Spitfire app, put it in the basket, doing all the sign up and everything, go through and everything like that. And he goes, before you purchase this, we'd just like to point out you do already own this. Then where is it? So I come up onto the big girl, go to my Spitfire folder in Cubase and everything like that. There is no Solar in there. I go, okay. So I have to repair Solar. Okay, so I repair Solar and it appears. I go, click on it. He goes, oh look, it's Jupiter. Click on it. There's no presets in it. Yeah. I was better off just not looking.
I'm actually more interested because I heard demos of that, and being the huge Trevor Horn fan that I am, I'm thinking be some doozies. No, there's very little in there that is recognisable.
There isn't that propaganda snare in there for a fucking start.
There isn't any of that stuff.
You know the snare I mean? The first cut snare.
Yeah.
That snare.
Yeah, no, there's if you're thinking
beautiful.
you're buying a Trevor Horn sample library chock full of all of those sounds that
Go and
you
raid
use-
his garage.
no, it's
Yeah.
not that. But I mean, that's not to say there's lots of good stuff in there. It's just I was going to buy it without sight unseen, sound unheard, just because it was Trevor Horn, and then luckily I heard some demos. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great, but where are all those sounds?
Yeah.
So
where's all the Trevor Horn sounds?
yeah, where's all the Frankie
And of
stuff?
course,
Where's the
if you're,
great stuff?
let's face it, if you're Trev, you go, yeah, I'm going to give you all my best sounds.
Exactly.
Robert,
Fuck
any
off.
seal sounds in there?
But the one
There is a silicant, and I didn't call you a silly cunt. I said a silicant.
Well, it's like the
That's-
Vince Clarke Lucky Bastard. You didn't get all of his sounds. You got some
oh
good
gosh,
ones,
no,
but
you got some good ones. Prince, right? He back in must have been the very early 2000s, so literally like 2000, 2001. He put up on his fan club website that he was going to release a 7 CD ROM package of Prince samples, stuff that he'd used over the years, like all of all this stuff, and he put little clips, and it was proper Prince stuff. You could instantly recognise, all these little stabs, little flourishes, and drum beats, and what have you. And it never never materialized. And then a few years later, it started to pop up, or discs or rips of discs started to pop up here and there. So I've managed to find a few of those over the years, and they are some. I mean, it's like a little treasure trove. But yeah, I was a little disappointed by the whole Trevor Horn thing. It was like Pete Gledel and JJ. Pete Gledel is Pet Shop Boys, like behind the scenes guy. He does all of their synth programming and stuff. And he put a disc out many years ago called Sampleography. And I bought that thinking it would be just chock full of Pet Shop Boys sounds, and it's not. It's got good stuff on it, but it's not what you think it might be. So, but the one I am interested in, that solar package, is the new one, the one by Chaz Smith. He's the guy that makes those sonic sculptures, like one-off sonic sculptures. Hans has used him.
Yeah.
And they're just massive constructions of metal and wood and all sorts of things that make sounds just like you've never heard. And they've sampled 14 of those instruments into this thing, and it's currently 35% off with Spitfire. So yeah, it's that's that one I'd be more interested, I think, which is bizarre. Yeah, of course they're not going to give away their signature stuff.
But JJ also had that sample CD with the drama masks on it, the yellow mask.
Yeah, the art of sampling.
Yeah, that was interesting,
Yeah.
but still not amazing.
Yeah, there's about, I don't know, you probably count on the fingers of one hand, recognizable art of noise samples on
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
But there is some really unique stuff that you just don't get anywhere else. So yeah, they're very cagey about, well, JJ's very cagey about the samples they used, because obviously this was done in the time when sampling was still a bit of a wild west, you know.
You need JJ special DX7 samples, right?
That's it. Well, like, all the stuff that JJ provided and worked on with Yes, like, you know, Owner of a Lonely Heart is full of samples from a record called Cool Is Back by Funk Inc., I think they were called. They were just like a very sort of unknown funk band from the 70s. And Trevor had this tape, Funk Inc. And Trevor had this cassette of theirs, and he said, sample me some stuff of that. So the horn stabs, you know, they go G G G G G. That's all from that. The drum, some of the drum loops are from that. If you get the track and you just play it, by about 2 minutes in, you've heard half of Owner of a Lonely Heart, but in all the different orders. It's
wild.
Yeah.
And they never had to pay royalties, right?
I don't believe they did.
That's my,
If you hide it well enough.
that is my favourite Yes album, because I couldn't get into the earlier stuff.
No.
Really, it was never my bag.
That was definitely a gateway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a gateway.
Roundabout's a great song.
Yeah, Roundabout's brilliant. Yeah, Native, it's called Trev Horn on some Fairlight 2 libraries, but not the Fairlight 2 libraries. It's only ever been called Trev Horn in the years following, when people have copied those sounds elsewhere. It was never actually known. It was never on a sample disc from the factory anyway.
It's like with the strawberry filled flutes on the Mellotron. It isn't. It's flute sound. That kind of thing. Where history and everything takes over.
Indeed.
Indeed, it does. Indeed.
That was nice. That was called Blackadder.
So I've just had an email from SynthFest.
Yes.
So telling me what's on. So I think we'll give Div Kid's presentation a miss.
The Jason Miles one will be good.
Life with Synths, yeah.
Yeah. He's, I mean, if
Iconic,
you're
and
in,
actually the iconic drum machines. I'll be for that.
yeah, Ollie, that's Ollie Freck that's doing that.
Yeah.
He's the guy that did all those hand-drawn synth images and stuff.
Yeah.
He's a really, really cool guy.
My Chrysler always gets a little worried when SynthFest comes around.
Handbrake off. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure. I might be involved with the Jason Miles one. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they've sort of firmed it all up, but I think because I'm not doing one this year because I was too busy. But there might be a need for an interviewer, shall we say?
Oh yeah.
So, but we're going to be there with our Peter James Stephen is bringing all of his emulators, and I've got the one from Kent here and the Emacs, and we're going to have that. They've given us a stand, but Jason was a massive emulator user back in the day, so it'll be interesting to have him playing around with those.
Do you want to sort out those cat whiskers together?
Not sure if I'll be able to bring it up this weekend.
No, we can do it. I mean...
Oh, like over the phone sort of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because it's a piece of piss to do.
So what I'm going to do, my plan... I'm trying to get all of my day job stuff sewn up before the end of next week, which is when I finish for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Because I hate leaving anything and then going away for 2 weeks and then coming back to... What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
So... try and get that done. Go to Italy, come back from Italy, then I've got a week. So over there's 2 very large boxes with my shelving, my catering shelving. But to get the catering shelving, I first got to extract the Fairlight, put that into the flight cases, which are under other Fairlights. So I've got to move 2 other Fairlights to put the Fairlight into the flight cases, then put the other Fairlights back onto the Fairlight in the flight case. Then I can move the DX1 under there, but that's going to require all of those synths on that rack to go up as high as they can just to give it enough room at the bottom, so I've got to do that.
Yeah.
Once the DX1 is moved, I've got to move all of my rack gear, which currently sits under the DX1. That will then go into the vertical 28U rack unit that I've ordered, and will hopefully be delivered at some point next week or the week after.
All right.
Then I've got to put all those shelves up, and then I've got to move synthesizers onto those shelves to make some room here. Then I might be able to get the emulator one into a space where I can mess around with it. So fingers crossed, if all goes well on that.
Well, the beautiful thing about the E1...
And there's me moaning about a 9-foot square space.
on the
You're gonna
E1,
need a bigger room, Rob.
there's a screw on the base one end and the other. And you loosen them off, and they
Big
drop
nuts,
down
yeah.
and stop.
Yeah.
And then it just lifts, opens out, and there's the cat wires, cat whiskers right in
Nice,
front of you,
easy.
ready to
Nice.
go. Yeah, and then
Lovely.
it's just bang, and the 2 screws back up. One day, all keyboards will be made this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that should be fine. It's just, because I do it in my garage, but my garage is chock full of Fairlights.
Synthesizers.
Fairlights, an emulator, those new flight cases that I bought off of Keith, and other bits and bobs. So I need, it's going to be one. You know those puzzles that you used to get with those little squares, and there's one missing. And you
Tiles,
shovel.
yeah.
It's going to be like that. Moving.
Welcome to my garage.
Yeah. It's
Ian,
bonkers.
have you sorted out travel to Synthfest this year, mate?
Not yet,
Okay.
but I will do. I mean, I don't actually think the train's an option because I've been going over to Scotland. It's not that. I mean, it took 9 hours to get to Scotland. It'll probably take about 7 hours to get to Sheffield because I'd have to go into London, I think. So I may end up driving up. Although Peter lives near me, I wonder if we could share. Doesn't he?
Could do.
Peter James Stephen lives in Dawlish, doesn't he? He's just along the coast from me.
Yeah.
Can't have to ask.
I'll ask him. I'm happy to.
Like I say,
Although he has got a boot full of emulators.
That's all right.
It just became not an option.
Yeah, Matt, it's fine, mate. Honestly, don't sweat it.
Just remember, Ian, it's ass, gas, or grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob.
I know, I've just seen it. Thing is, it's like
He's your case dealer, isn't he?
I rarely move stuff around, and the only reason I bought the ones I did off of Keith was because they were a slightly different shape. They're more polybrute. Polybrute 12. In fact, that went into the hard case almost perfectly. And the other one that I've got will probably take like the Matrix brute, but I don't. It's not like I need the flight cases, and
I've got rid of all my flight cases.
yeah.
I mean, actually, that's not true. I have a flight case for the mixer.
So I've got a flight case here. If anybody's got a Profit T8 and they want a flight case, I have a custom Profit T8 flight case.
Get it on eBay. Somebody wants it.
So have I, and I wish they'd fucking come and collect it.
Now, the guy that I bought my DX5 from used to also have a T8. The T8 was long gone, and he wanted to give me, the DX5 in a case. He said, "I'll put it in that." But there's about this much between the front edge of the keys and the edge of the keyboard, the case. So I mean, the thing is, Profit T8s aren't exactly the most common synthesizer, and I guess most people who've got Profit T8s don't want to move them around
If they can help it.
Yeah. So
Or put them on X stands.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Robert. I never thought of Vemia. Could do that.
Well, at the moment, my decking is absolutely littered with flight cases.
Yeah.
Everybody's been bringing stuff to me in bleeding flight cases. I got 2 more flight cases coming yesterday, which was a Jupiter 8. Oh, you should see this Jupiter 8. Oh my god! I've never seen so much rust on one keyboard. And what was the other thing? Oh, a Prophet 5. And you can't read the legend thing for the dirt on it.
Yeah.
They've been in attics for attic garage stroke pond for Christ knows how long, 20 odd years or something. So I've never seen a JP8 this rusty though. It should be interesting. We needed a hammer to get the case open because even the case is bent. Where it gets skewed to the lid, so it doesn't sit in its groove, so that the thing will lock. Well, they've got it in, but they couldn't get it. Bloke's out the front there with a fucking great big screwdriver and a hammer, and 2 of us standing on the case trying to get it open. Just to confirm there was a JP8 in there. It's mad. And they've come up, I think down near you, actually, Matt. They come up your way.
Well, they can fuck off. They're not having my JP panel.
So, talking to JP panels, have you seen Craig at Sweet Discreet? Has got a whole bunch of them, cases and panels and stuff for Jupiter 8s.
Is he?
Yeah. He put something up. I haven't heard from him for ages. And he just put a post up the other day. And he said, he's got a picture of them all got laid out on his lawn. And some of them are bare metal. And
not as impressive as having 6 JP8s in your kitchen, though, is it?
Well, no, quite. So, Keith, does this mean if you've got a DX5 shaped flight case coming in, does that mean you've bought a DX5 at last? I know there's been 1 or 2 knocking around.
Maybe he's just bought the case and he's working up to it.
Oh, yeah.
Get the ancillaries first.
I noticed that on eBay there was like one that was going for like 2,000, one that was up for 3. Yeah, so there's been a little bit of a rush on the. Maybe, yeah. So that's a yes then, Keith.
Maybe. Yeah.
Good man. You like it. You like it.
Not a lot.
No, you will. Quite a bit.
Oh, quite a bit.
I tell you, that Matrix brute. Oh, that's not going back. It's really good.
That's the
Such
PB.
a lot of fun.
It's the fucking PB I want to get my teeth into.
Yes. I think I'm going to have to chain it to the stand when I bring it round. Make sure you don't fly away with it. Oh, it's got a hypersynth cartridge too. Good stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll like it. Not a lot, but you'll like it. Yeah. Oy vey.
Oh my godfathers. Oh no, it's contagious.
I've actually been getting reasonably well. Apart from last night, I was just about to go to bed and I noticed that Tom has released the Maximus 4V.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, I've just got to write that up now. So I was up until about 2 o'clock yesterday morning putting that together. Well, this morning, can I say. But mostly, I've been mostly getting early nights this week, which is not agreeing with me at all because I'm waking up at stupid o'clock because my body clock says, you've been asleep for however many hours now, which is your normal thing. Right, up you get.
I don't get a chance to use my body clock. Do I, Siri?
She is your body clock.
Yeah. I get this wet nose in my eye.
Yeah.
And then this lick on
And
my
then
face.
Siri comes along after Fiona's moved.
Yeah.
She is your body clock manifest in dog form.
Yeah. A little move for that as well. With her, you can just see her head doing this because she's wagging her tail so furiously. She's a little sweetheart. I can't believe how big Lily's getting though.
I showed, because I've been showing pictures of it to Jackie.
Yeah.
And that video you sent through this morning,
Oh yeah.
the dog's in the pool. And then you can see this little thing at the back. I thought it was Noah,
Yeah.
this little head. And then it ducks down, it comes around the side, and it's this fucking giant husky that was once about this big.
Yeah.
When I was on the phone to him this morning,
Look at the devil.
this
Look at that.
afternoon,
Oh, look at the size of her now.
fucking lump now. Look.
Oh, can't wait to meet her on
She
Sunday.
sat down next to Fiona. It was like fucking hell.
You're gonna, and she's not black anymore. She's this grey white, and this slightly yellowy around the back of the ears. Ready?
Look at
Oh
that.
yeah.
Now you leave Noah alone.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
He you can see in the dog's eyes. He's going, oh fucking hell, she's awake again. Ready? You alright?
He's comfy.
Does she still sound like Mars Attack when she barks?
It's getting a little deeper. A little deeper. Not quite so yappy. Get off him. Leave him alone. No. Absolutely not. Don't care what you say. Oh God. She's pushing him. He's almost under... almost fell into the cupboard. Oh, mate. Yes, let's see. Right, she's tall enough that she can get her head in the bin. What else? What has she done? Well, yeah, Matt, you saw her eating that dish.
Yes.
She come running out of the kitchen with this dish in her mouth. Trying to chew it. Oh, here we go.
Peter Tolles just put you a message in the chat, Kent.
Where's that? My flight case to you. Hope my mood isn't a nightmare for you to fix. Now you're having a restore, aren't you? That's all right. That mini mode case, ain't it? It's like things like the Trident case. It's like Jesus Christ. Because you got like the size of a Trident, and then you add like 4 inches in every direction around it, and it's. I mean, the case is.
Aren't they?
No, the case is nearly as heavy as the bloody Trident is. I don't know what they do with those tridents. They must sort of like make them out of lead or something. Fucking weight of them. So, and it's those big cases, the OB8s, the tridents. Remember that CS80 one that was here? Christ, it was like 6 inches all round, and then a CS80 in the middle. Oy. Really? Gentlemen, please. A little decorum in the forum.
2 oaks. Bob oak, no oak.
Yeah.
All day long this is. They play, well, she plays, he plays a bit, and then complains. That was a complaint, apparently. Lily Savage, come here.
Lily Savage.
Come here, you. Come here. Stop being a massive pain in the arse. Sit quiet.
I'm just going to eat you instead.
Yeah. Oh, she's mouthing everything. She went out for her first walk yesterday, and there was this woman coming the other way with two dogs, and she was like, oh, "There are other dogs on the planet." So I was like, then this car went by, and she stopped dead. Like, I'm trying to walk along with her, and she just stopped dead and watched this car go by, and then sat down on the path waiting for it to come back again. You're an idiot. What are you, woman? Hmm? What are you? What are you, sweet bum? Hey? I know, you don't like this, do you? Go on in. Come on. Tell the world. Go on. Tell the world. Tell the world. You hate that, don't you? See? This is what it's like for Noah. Go on in. Sling your rock that way. And leave the bloody sponges on the wall and stop eating them. Tiny little bits.
But it's fun.
Yeah, innit?
Get a dog, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Almost.
Nearly.
Hey, Ankle.
Kent's impression me play.
Try the fish. Yeah. Oh. Fuck off. 2 weeks. 2 weeks this has been going on. You're trying to have a conversation. You're watching a film. And then this kicks off for an hour. Get off him.
Does he give him back as good as he's getting?
Oh God, yeah, he's biting her and and then they stop, they kiss for a little while, and lay down and go to sleep. But
I've been watching you and Fiona too much. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You wait. No, we'll be telling Lily to give up the pubs.
Yeah.
My mate brought a dog in from Spain recently.
Yeah.
And she's discovered that every time she sort of strokes his face, goes near his mouth, he's wincing in pain. He had 16 teeth out today.
Ooh.
Wow. Has he been checked for leash?
Oh. I think it comes in from the same sort of people that you
Yeah. Oh, was it? Yeah. As long as he's been checked for leishmaniasis.
Yeah, he's. They're all given all that, but yeah.
Excuse me a minute.
Oh shit, Daddy is spoken.
Right. Don't walk away.
Come back here. Don't walk away. Come. Bless.
Anyway, Rob, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Just a bit stressed. And just, I hate this lead up to a break because.
So, are you on the show next Friday, or is it?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. But if things get a little bit chaotic and I need some time, I might have to call in sick because I've got to be up at like 4 o'clock on Saturday morning to jump in the car and drive down to Folkestone and then continue driving all the way to southeast France.
Wow.
I was out and about this morning, and we were following an Arteon, and I went, "Oh fucking hell, Rob's got one," and then she went, "Oh, that's nice." Right, cheers.
I was. They keep pestering me now. You've had your car now for now. Would be a great time to change.
The carpet all over the studio and the
ashtray.
landing.
Oh shit! Bits
She's
of
pulling them off the wall and chewing them up.
Chewing them up. Yeah.
She's already got up to the second level.
Well, you're not short of spares in the garage, are you, mate? So.
No, got rid of them.
Oh. Whoops.
Go.
Oops. Oversight. Oh, blimey.
Oh God. We went to the bank earlier and fucking parked outside was a Maybach. What an awful looking fucking...
They're not built for looks.
Oh.
Inside, they're lovely.
But yeah, it just
Especially if
looked
somebody else is driving you.
it just looked like a pile of vomit on four
Yeah,
tyres.
they're not
Bloody
not
horrible.
pleasant. I went to near Kent's neck of the woods. You've got Brooklands.
Yeah.
And Mercedes have got their UK HQ. There's it basically looks, the building at Nuremberg where Hitler did was with the big swastika in the circle on the top. It's like that. It's like if Hitler built a building, it's like that, and it's got the big Mercedes symbol on top, and it slowly spins. And they've got a test track, and you go in there. It's like a museum. It's brilliant. It's really good. If you ever go to Brooklands for anything, you just take a little walk down. You can go in and they've got like classic Mercs from all the years, and at the back there's a whole bunch of Maybachs, and the proper limos and everything, and they're just inside they're gorgeous.
Oh,
if you're being driven somewhere, you wouldn't want to be driven in anything else really. But yeah, they're not pretty.
Yeah, they paid attention to the interior and sort of.
They built from the inside out rather than the outside in. Yeah. Yeah, Brooklands is great. We used to go up there every year for, I think there's a magazine called Auto Italia, and it's just it's for Italian cars. And so being a Fiat, being a Fiat owner, we used to go and display there and stuff. And some of the banking is still there at Brooklands, and even if outside of the actual Brooklands site, there are bits of the banking like just dotted around the countryside where they've just cut through it to put a road through and just left the banking. There's a big old Sainsbury's or Tesco and the Marks and Sparks on this massive site, and then just outside the car park is this huge piece of concrete banking just there. But you can.
It's like 74 degrees at
It's bonkers. You look at it and you think, oh yeah, I'll get to the top of that, and you get 1/3 of the way up, and you're struggling. You can't do it, and you'll see people try all the time, and it's ridiculous.
Didn't James May run a fucking model railway around that?
Probably, yeah. There are bits that you can still. I mean, they don't let you drive around it, but you can move your cars into position, and some car clubs would reserve those spaces where they could put their cars sort of slightly on the banking because it made them look good. But yeah, you try and walk around that. It's bonkers.
Oh,
But
was
yeah,
it?
good
Wags
place to
Scale
go.
Electric. I thought it was railways. I thought they did a real. Oh yeah, might have been. Because he did a lot. He did a world's longest model railway track, and he did Scale Electric as well. And I think he might have put. Yeah.
There's a guy that's
sent you a picture of that, mate.
yeah. There's a guy that's done a drone video around the whole of the old Brooklands site. So he takes in what is currently Brooklands, and then he flies around and then stops off at various points and talks about the history of the track and the companies that were there and the planes that were built and designed and the races that took place and that. So and you can, if you look from like even on Google Maps and you find the bits that are left, all of a sudden your brain starts to fill in the rest of the track. It's fucking huge. It really was. It's mental. Good place. Good day out. Oh man, that is Butters, isn't it? I don't think I've actually seen that one before.
Yeah, I don't want to see it again either.
That's an SUV, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the saloons,
Oh
which
yeah, no, that fucking thing is minging.
Yeah, but then any of these luxury SUVs, have you seen the Rolls Royce one? I mean, Rolls Royces aren't certainly not in recent years, are not pretty cars, but that was awful. It looked like a London cab had gone out and taken a whole bunch of illegal steroids.
London cab had become a wag.
I'll tell you what I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed more of recently. Whoever makes the London cabs, I think the company might actually be called London Cabs, but whoever makes those, they're now selling them as vans. They do a van variant.
Oh, right, yeah.
And actually, when you think about it, the space inside it,
yeah.
And because they do a lot of these as electric now. You got they're about the same size as one of those kind of not so full size transits.
Yeah, they've got because they've got the same sort of size taxis up in Edinburgh. Because we had to use a couple of taxis. I never use Uber. Never had an Uber account, and I'd rather not. I'd rather I know you pay a bit more for a cabbie, but I would rather use if I'm going to use that sort of transport, I'd rather pay that bit more. But yeah, so the couple of taxis we went in were that sort of size. We had to get out to Tynecastle Park football stadium for one of the shows, and we had literally left one show with an hour to get there and have something to eat, and then the show started. So it took about 25 minutes, 30 minutes out. It's just on the outskirts. We've walked here before, but it's we thought we'd better take a taxi just to be on the safe side, really.
When did that banner come up?
What the stream live just now?
Yeah.
Just now. Live show. We're all live. Did you know that? Well, Kent's looking a bit dead, but
did we just get an advert?
No, I think that might have been me.
Oh,
As I scrolled down, I might have kind of touched it before scrolling.
yeah. You're always touching it before scrolling.
how's your TikToking going, Rob?
Fucking gash, mate. Absolutely gash. There's one video.
Half a million in 2 days again.
Oh, fuck off. One of those videos, which is the one what I think is one of the better ones because it's the Blade Runner cover, has got 5 views.
I think it's about Talking Heads.
Yeah,
live. I'm absolutely sure of it because I sort of thought most of it was about Edinburgh because obviously Edinburgh's a big thing at the moment. We came back. I did random record of the day yesterday, so nothing to do with Edinburgh. Just I can't remember what album I picked actually. I think it's one I've just got for my birthday. Anyway, did that. 280,000 views overnight, and then I did do one about Edinburgh today, and that's had the same sort of thing. But did another one, 300 views. So I don't know, wow. It's bollocks, really.
It is.
But hey ho, hopefully I'll be able to say to somebody, we've had over 3 million views this month, and will you sponsor us?
I get the impression that, and I'm really not trying to do your success on it down.
No.
But I think it's like currency of TikTok is that, you know, 500,000 views or 1 million views is maybe worth 1,000 views on YouTube or something. You know,
I don't even think it's that much in real terms, because
Yeah.
when you look at, I mean, I did look at most people are looking at it for 4 to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So, as I think Waggle or somebody in the chat said before, it is literally somebody scrolling. So they're counting them as views.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not a proper view.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it is up in my my followers. So I'm looking. I'm at 800 now. So I'm wanting 1,000, and then I can try and earn some money out of it.
Yeah. That's that van.
Yeah, that's them. That's the same
It's
sort of thing.
basically London cab.
Yeah, it is.
They've
Yeah.
just filled in the sides.
That makes sense.
And you know, you look at the load capacity is pretty big. Does make sense, yeah.
Whatever happened to car styling?
It's an aerodynamic brick, isn't it?
But the thing is, you don't buy one of those for what it looks like necessarily, do you?
I mean, we had a Renault Picasso at one point, and that was an aerodynamic brick. Bloody hell.
If
You buy a car designed by Picasso, you get what you deserve.
when I
Oops, I've just dropped my keyboard.
Front door on the roof. Yeah.
when I used to work for BT,
yeah.
I think it was the first few months I was at BT before they managed to sort my company car out. I was getting a hire car like every week, so they'd go and pick it up on the Monday morning, take it back on the Friday night, and every now and again they'd give me a Citroen Picasso. And the only thing I liked about it was that I could get in the back seat and it had drop-down tables and I could do all my paperwork on it.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Didn't have to worry about going home and doing it, so it was great.
We bought it when the boys were at university, and it was perfect for that, because literally you could take the seats out as well and basically turn it into a van. So whenever, we wouldn't take all the seats out, but we were picking one of the boys up and they were finishing university for that year, and literally you would fill the car to bring them home and put them in one seat, and they were absolutely brilliant for that.
Yeah.
C-Max you could do that with.
Yeah. I remember when my missus rolled one of my cars into a field and wrote it off. I was just looking for something, and I was actually seriously considering getting buying a used Picasso, simply for the practicality of, you've got kids and push chairs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But in the end, I saw sense. Bought a Mondeo. For shame.
Oh, it was you.
It was me. Yeah. I've had 3 Mondeos.
Ah, you're the guy
years.
that kept the Mondeo going. Yeah.
My first one was a Mondeo Saloon, not the hatch. It was the saloon, so it had a boot. Yeah. So the boot came out a little bit further. It was a Mark III, and it was the TDCI Gear X. So wood and leather everywhere. A big CD multi-changer in the dashboard, and it had the same engine as the ST, the ST TDCI or whatever they called it. Same engine, but it was the kind of the businessman's version, and that was a company car, that was. And then I got a Mark II SI, which was bloody nice. Those Mark II, they were pretty nice cars to drive. And then, so that was the one that Jackie rolled into a field and wrote off. And then,
happens.
Yeah. Speed awareness course. Well, no, it was grossly unfair, because it was on a road just outside of the town here, and it was wet, and she doesn't drive fast. She just doesn't drive fast, much to my chagrin. But she'd gone around this corner and she'd slid a little bit, and the wheel caught on the verge of the road, and of course that just stopped the cars, and the momentum just rolled it into this field.
Yeah.
She'd got a bag of shopping inside which contained creme fraiche, yogurts, all, and this was just like, it was like a fucking Jackson Pollock inside the car.
And it was before.
Yeah. Because I get a phone call. She's all upset and everything, and there's police on the scene, and they breathalyzed her and all this stuff. And then this bloke said, "Oh yes, she wasn't driving to the conditions. She was driving far too fast for the conditions. She hadn't checked her." And so they gave her a speed awareness course and points on her license.
Oh, for God's sake!
Yeah, which was ridiculous. And I said to the cop, I said, she was not driving fast. She just doesn't drive fast, unless she does it when I'm not there. But she doesn't drive fast.
First time I ever lent my ex-wife my car, we'd not long got together. First time she went out in it on her own, she drove it into a fucking XK8.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't drive it into a cheap car, eh?
No.
But apparently, I don't remember it, apparently the first words out of my mouth were, not how are you, it's what you done to my car.
Yeah, Jackie does have a habit of killing cars. Although, touch wood, thankfully, that hasn't happened. She refuses to drive mine.
But it's like when Fiona put the concrete post through the passenger door on the Chrysler. She's coming all sheepish and go, "I've got something to tell you, and you're not going to be happy." I went, "Okay." And she goes, I've smashed the door of the Chrysler on a concrete post I didn't know was there." I went, "Okay." She said, "Are you upset?" I said, "That ship sailed long ago, mate." we were having this laugh because the rear wing on the driver's side is the only panel she hasn't hit now.
Give it time. Give it time.
Yeah, no, we got a.
You're working on it.
We've got a bet going on when it's going to cop it. She's done the bumpers front and back.
About the roof.
She scratched that. What did she put on it? She put something on it and scratched it. She put 2 holes in the Rolls Royce grill.
Maybe she wants spots in it.
As if it didn't have enough bleeding lights on the front of it.
You talk about hire cars. The funniest thing I've ever heard. Luke regularly has to go to academy because they update their training all the time. Right, you're not taking your own car. We'll sort your car out. Well, fucking Land Rover. You'd think they'd give him something relatively nice. No, Peugeots.
Oh, what?
Bloody hell.
This thing's fucking hell.
It's keeping up the brand.
Let's give him a supercharged V8 fucking SVR or something.
They don't do that anymore, though, do they?
No, they
It's
don't.
like, I used to take my car in for a service at this Fiat dealer, and he wouldn't just take one of the pool cars. He'd just throw me a set of keys and say, "Press the button, and you can have that for the day. Bring it back." And I did it once, and there was that classic '90s Fiat Coupe, 2 litre 20 valve 5-cylinder turbo. Still love that car. So I was like, "Oh, really?" He says, "Yeah, go on." So got it back home, pulled up this is my first wife. She goes, "What's that?" I said, so I reeled it off what it was, what the spec was. She goes, No. Why are you driving that? I said, "Oh, well, I sort of went in there and they got it for sale, and I had a quick word with the guy, and so we did a little part exchange deal, and I've put a few grand on the credit card." And she's like, "You have it." "No, seriously, I have. Do you want to go? I'm not getting in that. You're going to take that back." So we had this little thing. I said, "All right, I'll take it back," and then came back in the other one. Told her.
Wow.
But now, whenever I take mine, they sort out a courtesy car, and it's always one of these. What did I have the last? I had a T-Rock. I think it was the VW T-Rock. Is that little SUV thing? And it was an R line, so I thought, okay, well, it's not a bad little thing. And the stupidest thing. So most new cars anyway, certainly with VWs, they've got the stop-start engine, and you've got automatic braking. So as in, when you press the brake, when you come to a stop, the brake will stay on until you hit the throttle. And in an automatic or a the dual clutch thing that they had, the DSG, that's fine, because as soon as you stop, the engine goes, he stopped. I shall turn myself off to save fuel. I will keep the parking brake applied, and when he touches the accelerator, I will start the engine and engage gear, and he shall move off smoothly. And that's how it works, and it's brilliant. But this one is a manual gearbox. So the engine would stop, then you'd have to take it out of gear. It's just like, what's the fucking point of this? You've got like a stupid thing. And it was a 1.53 cylinder engine, which had ridiculous fuel economy. It was just like 200 miles to the gallon or something. But it's got one of these little things that make it sound a little bit sportier. So when you put it into the sport mode, there's something inside the car that goes and gives it a little sporty grunt. But it's. And I'm doing this. I'm thinking, that sounds nice, because it fooled me. I got home and I said to Jackie, "Have a listen to this." Press the throttle, and it was just like, no, it didn't sound like that before. No, they just put the little sound. And this bloke across the road here, he's got an Audi Q something, big SUV electric thing, and it does that, and you can hear it from outside. It makes a noise that emulates an engine on an electric car.
Best one I ever heard. Luke used to come to me at weekends. "Dad, can we go to Aston Martin's?" So we drive up to Exeter, and he'd wander around all the car places. Went into Aston's once, looking around. Guy said, "Do you want to see something?" He went, "Yeah, go on." Took him outside, and this bloke had brought his Aston in, and they'd taken the valves out the exhausts. Straight through. He said, "Listen to this." Fired it up. Fucking nearly blew us down the road. Yeah. Completely non-valved. Straight through V8.
Yeah.
No.
That's what the Muzzy does.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Because don't they have
this is what I've always loved.
Yeah.
This is what I've always loved about Fiona. We were looking at cars. Then we started looking at American cars. I started looking at Buick Riviera Boattail, 1973, with aircon, so it's got the little grills on the back wing. It's like, oh. Then we looked at a very, very rare Pontiac Firebird convertible. Not with a T-bar. No T-bar at all. Just a proper Firebird. And she's going, "Nah, not that." And then we come across this Muzzy. I went, "Oh, how about this then?" She goes, "Oh, yeah, that is nice, isn't it?" I go, "Oh, yeah." I'm trying to think of the films it's been in. Oh, it's Gone in 60 Seconds. I said the original, not the Nicolas Cage one, because they use a Mark 1 Mustang, bastards. And I was trying to think of another film, and I went, "Oh, and in that James Bond film."
Yes.
And she went, oh, like that. I went, yeah, we won't talk about that. And I said, "Oh, it's bound to be, it's been in other films, I'm sure." And anyway, she goes, "Yeah, it looks really nice." And then she turns to me and she goes, "Should we buy it?" I went, "Yeah, all right." She goes, "Okay, should we phone them? Should we phone them now?" "Yeah, all right."
Right, gentlemen and ladies, time to do it again.
Oh no, really?
So it's 9:30.
You need to get
actually
that
25 to
copyrighted.
10.
If anyone's going to do it, it's him.
Well, you need to get it copyrighted, mate.
I have got it copyrighted. I just need a T-shirt.
I'm doing an Ian.
That's it. Yeah, I'm doing an Ian.
All right, for it back.
Right, love you and leave you.
All right,
See you
Dan.
later,
Good
buddy.
to
See you later. Cheers, Messi.
Look
Take
after
care.
yourselves.
Bye-bye.
Oh, damn, I forgot to apologise to him for that joke on Sunday. No, never mind. Next time round.
Well, I won't ask you to repeat it then.
That's all right. I don't think most people heard it, to be honest.
Ah, fair enough. Evening.
Hello.
Greetings, Earthlings.
Where's your thing?
N for a start.
Well, it was an M the last few times.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Keeps disappearing.
Did you
changing.
shift that Andromeda A6?
No.
Oh.
You shifted it from that part of the room to the other part.
Still holding the door open.
I shifted it from the upper tier here to prevent me from opening my wardrobe door fully.
Okay.
Stops the
So yes, I
buttons
have
falling out.
shifted it from the almost horizontal to very much the vertical.
I thought maybe you'd found some more on prospective buyer for it.
Somebody who thinks the Moog One or Moog music's too expensive.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's like I said to you, Matt, wasn't it? About with Lily.
Yeah.
With Lily, all the injections and all the bills, add them all up, I could have bought a Muse. Hello?
And here is the news.
Nice delay. Oh, there was another thing I worked on this week. An AMS, was it D20?
DMX?
No, D20, I think it was. The
Tape phase simulator?
Yeah. Yeah, to
But
get one
they
of
are
them.
rare now.
Yeah, very rare.
But
I couldn't
it's the
believe
first
how much they
AMS
were.
Product.
Couldn't believe how much they were. Nearly 4K for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first AMS product.
Yeah. It only had a small fire.
What tantalums?
Yeah. But it really, really went. Smoke, burnt board, you name it.
I mean, with that AMS, the only thing that really happened is that the battery leaked, and it was some. Well, I cut it out years ago before buying it, and did some damage control. And now when I got it again, just went through with some dissolved baking soda on a cotton bud to just try and neutralize whatever acid has spread across more tracks, but. Surprisingly, putting in a new battery, resetting the RAM, it has been mostly fine. I mean, it occasionally
Fingers
still
crossed.
starts scrambling some bits at the start, but then again, the operating system is not the newest version that you can get with all the programs.
Yeah.
So I have no idea if I ask people who know this software version, they might be telling me, oh, these are actually some of the bugs in there. But yes, it even still has its BBC asset sticker on it. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, did I see right on Facebook something about Keith's got a Moog Muse now?
Yeah.
Nice one, you lucky bastard. That was a bit like a Brian, wasn't it? Oh, you lucky bastard.
Do you see the videos that Dave Spears put up of Alex Ball fucking around on the 100N?
Yeah. That's sounding very nice.
That's nice.
So, mini brute.
Is it?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The original Mark 1 with the lovely sticky knobs.
That's quite a nice little tone to that. You got one as well, Wags? Oh, good on you, mate. Because I was having this conversation with Fiona, and we were debating. It was one of our really, really short conversations, which was I said I really like that Polybrute 12, but I really like that Moog Muse as well. And she goes, "You're going to buy
going to
both,
put
aren't
both
you?"
of them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
She goes, "You're going to buy both, aren't you?" And I went, "Well, not straight away. No."
Oh, one after the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm only going to buy one.
space
after the
them
other.
out. I've got to space them out to hide my addiction.
Lily's been training you in puppy eyes, hasn't she?
What was it I said? What I said to you? I said when I was saying about Lily's cost me the same as a Moog Muse, and you went, Yeah, but look at Lily and go, yeah. I mean, out of the two, Moog knows.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Moog, isn't it? Fucker. Oh, mate. No, that's. I must admit, I was very surprised when they announced the price of that. I went, oh, but it's got Moog written on it. Hang on a minute, that can't be right. But I'm having real problems saying Moog Muse. I have to think about it before I say it. I said, what was it? Moog Mose. There's one that keeps it. If I say Moog, it comes out Mose. If I say Moog, it comes out Muse. Sometimes.
What's so hard about Moog Muse? It's like the
Well, it's easy for you to
Moga
say.
because we all know that the Moga Fuga was.
Yeah. It was never a thing, was it? How'd they get away with it?
Is it? Are you supposed to pronounce it Moga Foga? I never understood whether it was
I
just the
thought it
point
was
that.
Moga Foga.
Or
That's
that
But surely everybody calls them Mooga Fugas. Don't they?
No, that's Moger Foger.
It is Moga Foga.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, but it's
I-
like it's the same as calling somebody a coelacanth. Isn't it?
So I have a
If you
feeling.
get that wrong, mate.
Well, it's just funny
I
how
have-
they got away with the period because clearly it's motherfucker, right? So it's,
It was the 90s. It wasn't even Moog. It was Big
Was it?
Briar.
It's edgy, man.
But I mean, I think I also remember that it wasn't under the Moog name originally.
Exactly,
Moog Fugas.
Wags. Thank you. Kenneth Williams was calling it the Moog for years.
Yeah, but it all comes down to whether you want to be respectful to Michelle, isn't it, and Bob. That's the end of it, isn't it, really? I mean, quite frankly, I wouldn't want her fucking giving me verbals. She's going to come in the chat now, you bastards!
Yeah, I know Bob said it was Moog. I know.
well, I mean, it's a
No,
Dutch
no,
name.
but,
I have known Dutch people where that double O sound is O.
Yeah.
We had a Dutch exchange student stay with her. Her name was Helen Coat. Coot. Coat.
Not Coot.
Not Coot.
It's even more fun when you have when you have an OE, because then depending whether it's more of a South Netherlands German thing,
Bucket.
or the more North Holland thing.
Well, look at all the people that can't even pronounce Isuzu correctly, the Japanese car, right? There's an Isuzu. No, it's
Yeah.
Isuzu.
Isuzu.
Yeah.
Mind you, isn't Audi in Greek to listen?
Yeah, but Audi's an acronym.
Auto Union is what it
Yeah.
originally came
Auto
from.
Union.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But, or it's a bit more complicated because that was an original brand name, but then VW Porsche resurrected how it used to be shortened back in the 20s. To
Yeah, it's weird
Audi
because the Porsche
resurrected that in the
924 had
60s.
a
Well-
Audi engine in it.
Like I said to Misha when she said, it is pronounced Moog. I go, well, you start putting U in colour and we'll talk.
Aye.
Yeah, I tried to say Moog out of respect, but unfortunately 40 years of me saying Moog is not going away very quickly, I tell you. It keeps fucking racing its head. And now saying Moog Muse
Well, Rick
is-
Wakeman always called it Moog, right? So,
Yeah, still does.
yeah.
But I'm
I
having
think even
real
in the Moog
problems with
documentary,
it.
he calls it Moog right there. So,
Yeah,
Bob is right there, and he calls it Moog. So.
yeah.
Yeah, but you get to a point, don't you, when you just think, "Oh, I can't be bothered to tell these people."
Yeah.
What whatever.
No, but
Get
I
over
thought
it, move on.
Bob in some interviews said that he was very open with like Most people will pronounce it Moog, but he was brought up with Moog. But then, obviously, if you're Dutch, it's more Moog. If you want to be, or if you go South Holland.
Mind you, I suppose I could go around and say, no, actually my name is pronounced Spoon.
It's pronounced sponge.
Because it's Norwegian.
There you go.
Yeah, just don't alter the pronunciation of Kent.
No, I leave that for other people to do anyway.
Cunt spoon.
Yeah.
Spoon.
Cunt spoon.
Well, so many things are pronounced incorrectly. Isn't so? The city in France, is it Cannes or Cannes?
We've always called it Can, but I've heard a lot of people go,
Well, there is
Cannes!
another one.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
Oh, isn't there? That's C-A-E-N.
C-A-N is Khan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Cannes? Cannes.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
yeah.
I heard a French guy say Cannes Film Festival. Cannes.
Yeah, Cannes.
He says
Cannes.
Cannes like that.
Yeah, but they're French, they can't speak properly.
It's their own fucking language. What do you mean?
Wait for Jeff to turn up now.
Yeah.
French.
Oh dear.
There's a place in France. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right. I'm just presuming I'm pronouncing it right. But we always drive past it, and it's spelt Quimper. And I think that's pronounced camper.
Camper. That's what
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So whenever we're driving past it and we see a van, we go, "Oh look, it's a camper van." Yeah. By it's at the point in the journey when we're getting a bit tired. And, yeah.
You start playing the yellow card
Stupid
game.
Oh no, we go British. We always, whenever we see a British
right.
registration, we go British.
No,
British.
I prefer
Yeah, see a
yellow
naked
card.
lady. See a naked lady and say, "Oh, she's got a cam out."
Yeah. No, play yellow cards, much more fun.
Yeah. I used to have a friend whose dad taught him where.
Sounds like a whimpering quim. What the?
You know, on the British registration plate, the
Talking about whiny cunt, how's Trump doing?
Did anybody
his
see
shit.
Liz Truss's and the banner?
brilliant.
Fucking beautiful.
And then her response. Oh, the far left activists. Oh yeah, well yeah, the far right activists would have just set the place on fire.
yeah.
No, I said to Misha when I talked to her tonight, I said, oh, did you go to see Trump then? He was in Nashville yesterday, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah.
Speaking of a whimpering quim, right?
Yeah. My God, he was supposed to be having an intellectual speech about the economy. Never mentioned the word once. Just went on about how
intellectual or economy?
Camilla's on the fucking front of Time magazine and they're gonna quadruple your taxes and they now hate Biden and they what was it? They put him out to pasture deliberately and it was like,
Was he say? He said, "Oh, Biden's nothing more than a vegetable."
I mean, seriously, Andy, you got.
Well, he wants
And he's
Biden
on
to
a
come back
fucking
so
he's
badly
out
because
on
it
a
was an
bike.
easy win.
Seriously,
Right?
Andy, you got 380 million guns in that country. Please, just one.
Well, we have that many cunts too, so.
Yeah, just one bullet. That's all it takes.
Yeah, well they tried.
Hey,
They missed.
The guy missed, but you know what's funny? I'm not a conspiracy guy, but he got hit by glass or something. His fucking ear was perfect in a few days.
Well,
How the hell
They
does that
said-
happen from a shot?
they
Well,
said pretty quickly.
It was
that
reported.
was
He said he grew back.
that it was
Ricochet or shrapnel?
You know the prompters, teleprompters. They said
Yeah.
that one bits of that had cut his ear, not the
Exactly.
bullet.
They
But
keep
the
saying bullet, bullet, bullet. There's no.
Of course, yeah.
But the thing was, if you look at the pictures that were taken of him immediately after he stood up, and he's done this, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You all saw him do that. There was not a speck of blood on his hand, and there was fuck all on his shirt, and it was pissing down his face.
Yeah.
Nah.
It was more like the
I'm not
immediate
saying it
press
was
conference
aliens, but it was
after.
aliens.
But wasn't like the next press event where he suddenly had the massive plaster
Tampon?
covering, covering the entire.
You know, what's really shocking is you've probably seen the body cam video from the cops when he was still up on the roof and he hadn't shot yet. And it was like 20 minutes before they did anything about it. It's like, talk about incompetence. You know, it's unbelievable.
Oh, there they go.
Or maybe it was competent.
Well, that's what I
Yeah,
mean. It
there we
probably
go.
was, but who knows, right? But it
Well,
was
let's
a
see if
long
he hits him
time
first.
before they did anything about it. And then, you know.
Get on with it.
Once they realised he was an awful shot, they fucking took him out.
Yeah. Oh no! Good God, really? No, mate. Yeah, but apparently
watching a
on
lot of wrestling with mankind,
Twitter,
so-
yes, it's called Twitter. Fuck X.
Yeah, I call it Twitter.
The app formerly known as Twitter.
He's posted an AI video of him and Musk doing a
Yes.
dance.
Yes, fuck me, yes.
Oh yeah.
Well, at
Yeah,
least
but
they could probably dance in the AI. If you ever watch Elon dance at his events, he's just
But
out
he,
of it.
he
Can't be
actually
much
put,
worse than
he
Donny.
actually put that video up on his Truth Social feed.
At least Hitler just had a stupid walk. But fucking hell. He had the kick your wife up the arse walk, didn't he?
What? It wasn't even proper Prussian.
I can see this
Yeah,
one being
that's true.
taken down.
What? Ty wasn't even on here yet.
Well, you never know. Might get a copyright strike from Trump Inc.
You'll get sued for anything you own and don't.
Good luck to me for fuck all.
By the way, what are you playing there, Robert? What is that?
It's mini brute.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. That was my reaction when he said it. I went, really? That sounded really good.
Sounds nice.
Which one? Just the
The
first one?
original.
My
Yeah.
one.
Gee,
Yeah.
that's about the only size keyboard I can fit in my fucking studio.
What are you putting it through?
It's
Hell.
it's going through
Some hard
to
times.
SD 3000s, which are doing a ping pong crossfade,
Ooh.
and the AMS reverb.
Did your weights fall off the keys on your mini brute?
I think all of them are actually on there, but I don't know. I can't remember whether I glued one back on or not.
Yeah, half of mine were off when I got the box.
No, I think there was the SQ80 where I had to glue one back on. I think one is still missing.
Oh, really?
When you turn the filter knob, can you let go of it afterwards?
What?
Or does the knob stay between your fingers? Yeah.
I took all the knobs out when I first got it, and
That's the 2S.
I had them rest in IPA overnight.
Mine didn't have sticky knobs. It had the sticky sides, that rubbery sides. Those get
I
sticky.
mean, besides, I also spent a decent amount of IPA on to try and clean. But now, annoyingly, on
It has
Robbie's
a
got
patch-
patch cables.
Dun, dun,
Oof,
dun.
that's a slippery
We
slope.
broke him. We
Oh,
broke him.
boy.
He couldn't stay away. I'll tell you what, you'll like this mini broke, Rob,
Yeah.
because it's the SE.
So it doesn't have the sticky
Ooh.
shit.
So it
No,
has
nice and
the
silver.
lovely wooden sides.
Yeah, this has got the wooden sides and
Mm.
the non-sticky.
Yeah.
things.
I have
Uh,
the Micro Brute SE. That is kind of cool. It has stackable cables and nice color.
It's just like a little patch bay on that, isn't it?
Yeah. What's annoying on my key step, the knobs have now also started to slowly go sticky. Because that's
Yeah, I've got
now
that problem as well.
that's now 6 years old.
Yeah, they've sorted all of that out.
Oh,
Haven't they?
sort them out, you got a bag of them.
Much better knobs. Even. Much better knobs.
They improved on the knobbage.
Did.
I mean,
Oh,
I
I
have
like
all this
that.
Novation stuff that's older, and it doesn't have sticky knobs. What the hell are they thinking back then?
Well, I don't know. Axel Hartman or somebody else decided that they wanted nice soft knobs.
Typical woman. I knew you'd
Soft
you. Guess who's resting her head on the expression pedal again?
Bless her.
Well, somebody wants to express themselves.
Where'd you go? Sis? I wasn't telling you off, you silly I do like this motif, you know,
Montage.
thing. Whatever the fuck it is.
That was a nice little Frosa and Franca jam right there.
Yeah.
Kent, I'm tempted to come down on Sunday with an S6000.
I'll see you there.
Because I'm working with prom at 11, so I'll probably leave at like 2-ish, probably.
Oh, you
making
do
my
as
way
well?
down.
Gosh, yeah.
Like, so hopefully they're around or before 4 o'clock.
Well, I'm coming from
The hills.
the hills.
And far
Yeah.
away.
Yeah,
The old red hills of home.
but it all depends how big a night it is on Saturday night.
Oh, dear. Here we go. Here we go.
What time I get up?
Hey, Robert, what'd you pay for the X6000s?
For all 3 of them, it was 500 plus VAT, and I gave one to my colleague.
Cheap.
One with a broken hard drive, and the other 2 I fixed a few dodgy things on them.
Wow.
But it was very much, oh, you're already buying all these other things. Do you want them? Not really. Will you take them all for 500? I mean, sure.
Damn.
He just wanted them gone. He just wanted the space.
Yeah. When I got my 5,000, the 6,000 were too expensive. I couldn't get one, so I'm happy with the 5,000. So.
I mean, it's funny because like 5 years ago, couldn't get rid of them.
Yeah. Everyone wants the 950, right? Or the 1,000 or whatever. So.
I mean, yeah, 900 and 950, they are the last of the Barry sample rate. So like Fairlight 2 or 1, they change the sample rate to do your
The
repicking
grunge, too. You want that grunge.
rather than resampling. So, well, it's not even that; it just sounds completely different to a resampling algorithm from the S1000 onwards. But then again, S1000 through to 6000 repitching sounds quite different to your modern contact or whatever other repitching, because I mean most of them use the same repitching or resampling algorithm to do a repitching anyway. Most of the samplers. I'm assuming Akai just stuck with whatever algorithm they came up themselves with in the late 80s to make the S1000 work. I mean, it does sound quite nice when you start slowing things down in there.
Now you need a Mirage to go with that stuff.
Yeah, that's not right at all. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. No. That needs to go for a walk. Voila.
Yeah, it's more some of the mixing desks I still need to get rid of. Well, I should probably start asking Peter for us. But, just put them up for £50. I don't care. And whoever's lucky enough to, if I buy it for 50 and get it for 50, lucky them.
He's still selling the new version of his A to Z book, right? He was out of print for a while, then he started making them a few years ago.
Yeah, he did start reprinting, was like 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
And got a bunch.
Because I got volume 1 of the original run, and it was like impossible to find anywhere. And I stupidly, just because, whatever, I wanted it badly, and I had the money. I paid like $200 for volume 1. So.
But so he. Oh no, this is of the 2003 edition. It's a run of 6,000. I appear to have 2,514 of 6,000. Maybe there's nothing like a nice black and white book with some color pages in the middle.
Yeah. No, I want to get the new set, just partly because I don't have part, 8. I don't have the M through Z or whatever, and I don't have the.
I'm pretty sure he does also have them individually, but mainly as a set.
He has new stuff too, right? Didn't he add new stuff? Or is it just a reprint?
So A to Z revised and expanded in 1998, and the or the A through whatever, A through M.
Yeah.
The other one, N to Z, revised in 2003. I have fun reading in the bathroom.
Yeah. I also have the omnibus something or other from is it Keyscape or Key? What the hell is that company? There's a similar book called the Synth Omnibus or something like that, and I got that a while back.
But what's actually exciting, which I still don't have the volume 1, is the Synthesizer von gestern.
Yeah.
This is basically synth jams, but from like the late 90s, I think.
Sure.
Well, 1995. But it is, absolutely amazing. And lovely pictures. I mean, the front alone, having an EMI modular. I mean, what more can you ask for? I think the volume 1 has a VCS3 on the front.
Nice.
Just want to go check out, people.
Oh, and look, even something like this is in here.
Wow.
And this piece of shit.
Those damn suitcase synths.
No, it's the Zeeback ones, the Synthi 3E. Oh, and look what's on the page before. Now that's a fun thing.
What year was that published?
95.
Yeah.
But
It's all in German?
yeah, it used to be a bunch of articles in one of the German
I see. Okay.
music magazines.
Right.
That was then expanded into what is it? In 87 he started this sort of column at the back of Keyboards magazine.
Well, that one website was really good called Blue Synths, and they renamed it after a while. I forgot. That's a really good site.
Yep, Blue Synths was an Austrian guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. They changed the name, and I forgot the name of it. I can always find it with a search, but...
Then there was also in Germany Synhouse, which was really good, but that then the guy shut down the servers and Amazona took over.
Oh, yeah, Amazon DE, yeah.
They took over the all the old Synhouse articles, which
Yeah.
you can still occasionally find. They were really good.
There's that other one that Retro Sound always publishes on. What's that one? Retro Sound, that guy on YouTube. He has some stuff on a German website. I forgot the name of the website.
There was also greatsynthesizer.com. That was Theo Blodderer in Austria, who used to write, like 15 years ago, the best articles on Amazona were from Theo, and then he created that own website. And Peter Ma, his photos, he actually took a decent amount of pictures for Synthjams 1.
We should be able to. If I can... hang on. We're going to go and find Bab's track. Did you post it up on YouTube, sweetheart?
Is that the CS I can hear in the background?
Probably.
What if you hear fan noise? No, then it will be the reverb
No,
here.
it's just like a really low tone.
Sure, it's not the Behringer modular in the background of Kent's.
Yeah, it could be, you know.
I think it was doing it one time.
But there will be a decent amount of a fan noise from the AMS because it's coupling with the entire rack, and the rack being full to the brim now, and that being bolted to the mixing desk and the other rack, it's just the whole thing is resonating. And
No, we've had this before. It sounds like the CS has just got that.
Oh, it's doing that thing, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Just managed to cool down. I've just had to run around the house herding cats.
I'm not finding the fucking thing. Rob, how can Babs get this link to us so we can play her video?
We'll just search her page.
Hang on.
No, it's coming up with a list, but it's only showing one track.
You sort under videos, not the main tab, but the videos tab.
Oh, Gerald.
I've got,
I ain't
got no
got
horses
any
to
horses.
hold.
It's telling me that the video isn't available anymore.
What?
Well,
Half God's put a.
yeah, and I've just put that in, and it says this video isn't available anymore.
Uh-oh. Got taken down.
Let's have a look at under our subscriptions. Oh Christ, how many bloody subscriptions do I have? Oh my lord.
Let me try Synctrons.
Oh, it's
Well, August says it works. Just try it. Try it again.
Hang on, got it. Hang on, I'll put the link in the chat, in the private chat.
Oh, good man.
Oh, now it's come up. It's
Okay. No, it's in the chat now.
yeah, got it.
Oh, got it. Here we go.
Are we?
Oh,
Hang on.
silly sod.
I got it. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, you're gonna do it. Run it up.
There you go.
It's very
Sad,
nice,
isn't it?
Babs. Good stuff.
Yeah. Sad, isn't it? It's like I said to Grace. I said, you know, in a way, gonna miss her phoning me up at 20 past 3 in the morning. You should really be doing hardware jams, you know that. What? What? Do you think that Noah knows there's Angel Delight up here? Judging by the noise. You've had some, haven't you? But don't tell anybody. Give it yourself. I take it we've got too much milk. Because there's enough Angel Delight in here for a children's party. Come on in. Somebody tell a joke.
Two nuns in the bath.
Does, doesn't it?
One that says to the other, you got the batteries? I know. Here you go. There you go. Nom, 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 nom.
Who's that says?
It's always Sis. This is exactly what I said to Fiona on Monday. Not had an Angel Delight in years. And then suddenly, boom.
Suddenly you're bathing in the shit.
I tell you what, I'll set her a challenge. Go, do you know what I haven't had in years? Spangles. Good luck.
Yeah. Try otter. See what she comes up with. I haven't had otter in years.
Yeah, do you know what? Do you know what I haven't had in absolute years? Pig
Tory
shit.
MP.
Pig shit baps. You can't get them anymore, can you?
Not unless you're Katie Price.
Oh.
Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I heard about that. How do you be 2 times over bankrupt?
No, no. You haven't heard then.
Yeah. How she's going to get the money back?
No, there's a photograph doing the rounds of Katie Price.
What, from her OnlyFans?
Probably.
Because she's going to become a high-class call girl to pay off her debt.
High class.
High class.
Well, you know.
They'll be paying her. It should be paying them, isn't she?
This is the advantage that women have over men.
Well, she's been around way longer than OnlyFans, right? I mean, I remember that name way back.
Oh, yeah.
What was the other one? That
Even before mine.
Started her OnlyFans this week. Kerry Katona. She started one up as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, but that's a bit like buying a really knackered second-hand car, isn't it?
Fucking Katie Price. She's got more plastic than a fucking System 8 in her, isn't she?
Yeah, she doesn't have a plastic surgeon. She goes to the Airfix factory. She had her arse replaced with the wing from a 1942 German Luftwaffe bomber. Oh, stop it, Kent.
So, Kent, what's in that dessert? It sounds familiar, but I can't place it. What's in it?
What, Angel Delight?
Yeah.
It's
It's a flavoured powder that you mix with
it's
milk.
it's a flavoured powder with milk and then put in the fridge to set. It's kind of like a mousse, but it's not.
Oh, so like a gelatinous mousse thing, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
it
gelatinous. It's more sort of.
But that's what
Yeah,
the powder is. It's probably gelatin, right?
there'd be a lot of gelatin in it, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But it's not like what's the one I hate? Blancmange.
Oh yeah.
So it
that's
doesn't
just-
it
Well,
doesn't
that's just
skin.
basically cold custard, isn't it?
Yeah, but you get the skin on blancmange, and it's like kind of thing. Whereas Angel Delight, you don't get that, so it's more. I'm trying to think of something similar.
Remember the Monty Python with the where they eat the
Angel
blancmange? Was
Delights.
at Wimbledon?
Angel Delight's more aerated, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Whip
there
it a
is
lot.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah. You whip it out.
real good.
Think of it as semi-solid Slim Fast.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same fucking thing, isn't it?
Think of it as like the aftermath of 8 curries in a row. It's kind of like that. It's that
But butterscotch
consistency.
flavoured.
Yeah, or strawberry.
Or it's like puppy vomit, right? So
Yeah. Exactly like. Isn't that right? Yes. Did you go downstairs and tell Noah that you actually had some of that? You did, didn't you?
She's smiling. Look at her.
You did, didn't you? Man, on the other side of the gate, and you're going. Guess I had. Yeah, you're a moo. Yes, you are. Oh. Yeah, moose, but not.
yeah.
It's nowhere near as healthy as moose.
Well, moose ain't healthy either. So
Exactly. This is like out there. This is like the arsenic of the moose world. It's just sort of like it's so fake. It's unreal. Now, ambrosia, on the other hand.
According to Wikipedia, Angel Delight is a powdered dessert mix produced in the UK. It is designed to be whisked with milk to create a sweet mousse-like dessert.
Moose-like, yeah.
Mousse-like, yeah.
Moose-like.
it's kind of like we have the fake topping here, the Cool Whip. It's not really whipped cream.
Cool.
But it's like whipped
Cool
cream.
whip.
Cool.
Yeah, why are you saying it like that?
Is that something
What?
from
I'm saying
the
Cool
OnlyFans?
Whip.
Cool
I'm
whip.
supposed to say cool whip.
There's some things
Whip.
that just translate across the Atlantic perfectly.
Yeah.
It's weird shit.
Yeah.
Is Cool Whip something you order from Love Honey for your weekend sandwich?
Hey, that's a cool whip.
Yeah. It's
By the
got
way, if you want to make
spangly
your own
bits.
gelatin, it's pretty easy. Just save your fingernail trimmings for weeks and put them in a blender, and then add hot water. And there you got your gelatin.
Or all the leftover bones from the bodies you murdered.
Well, you can get it from there too, but it's mostly from hooves, right? Animal hooves. So same as our keratin in our fingernails.
I mean, well, in Germany it's traditionally just all the pig bones. Because
Yeah,
how
you
else
can
are
get it from
how else are-
processing meat. Yeah, exactly. But you can
Big-
also just get it from the hooves.
because that's not normally how you're going to get more than 90% usage out of a full pig carcass.
They're
Feed
good at
them to
recycling.
pigs.
Oh,
Yeah, we get those canned hams here with the gelatin packing around it. That's lovely.
Or if you want to be vegan, just go for agar.
I'm going to regret that tomorrow.
It's in the machine. E numbers containing the warning contains Angel Delight.
May contain Angel Delight.
So what is when Lucifer's delight?
Yeah.
That'll be the chocolate mousse because
It's probably exactly the same.
No, you just don't. You don't mix it with milk. You just use fucking big blood.
Yeah.
I know you just sniff it through the nose directly. That's
That's,
Lucifer's
uh,
delight.
That's Santeria delight. Yeah.
It's the Archangel Graham. It was a typo.
Well, you already have the black puddings, right? Isn't that congealed blood in there?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And it's lovely, and I don't know why,
Gorgeous.
because
I
it's
love
just,
it.
Never
Yeah.
eaten it.
Oh,
Have you
right,
not?
don't know what you're
What?
missing.
Do you know what? I'm really, really sort of like, ugh, but that I liked.
I will eat that until the horses come home, and
I
then I can
worked-
gut them and make some more.
I worked in a supermarket and I'd never eaten it, and somebody mentioned it, and I was told that it's got more bacteria in it than a standard toilet, and it was like
Good
Fuck
bacteria.
that.
No, it's lovely.
I mean, yes,
It's
you
not-
kill
it's
most
not
of the
just-
bacteria in a
yeah.
toilet.
How do you define a standard toilet?
You've
I
got
don't-
you've got more
Skids
bacteria.
in.
You've got more bacteria around your mouth than you have around your asshole.
Yeah, in your mouth, around your mouth. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
especially after you've been
talking out
kissing his
arse.
arse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kills all of them.
I talk out my arse a lot, so you know.
Yeah, you got to stop felching.
Fuck off. Little fucking moth keeps just bombarding
Just throw a ball and go, felch.
me. Oh, no, we don't get
Was
much
it?
black pudding in this house, unfortunately.
What was it made me laugh the other day?
Blood pudding's
I was
the perfect thing. And
watching,
when you're going for a full English somewhere.
8 out of 10 cats.
Mm.
And he goes, they asked 100 people, what's the best thing about being in the house by yourself for the day? And Sean Locke just hits the buzzer and goes, oh, he says, getting to use the litter tray.
Classic Sean Locke.
I've watched a clip the other day, it just came up in a feed, and it was when Joe Wilkinson was reading out his poem, I'm
About
going to
naming
name your penis.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Sean Locke is reacting the same way that Claudia Winkleman reacted when he was doing his arsehole of the year
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
He's
Beaten
so
by
good.
Fern Cotton. No,
Yeah.
Diego Maradona.
Diego Maradona.
He was so
World's-
messed up, he sent the
Set
sprinklers
sprinklers
off.
I'm going to call yours Catching Birdseye. You're welcome. I just named your penis.
Hello, Mr. Policeman.
Oh, fuck.
What
What
was
a
it?
legend.
It was another one where he goes, he says, I love the underground. He goes, my nan's been using the underground for years. We buried her in 94.
Wow.
Was it? He said to. Was it Bill Bailey? He said it to somebody. He said he'd gone into hospice care or something, and he said, you know, he said to him, "How is it?" He went, "Well, the sex is all right." He said, "They're all grateful for it."
And they were talking about Julian Assange. And he goes, he said, it sounds like something you do to a wound. or in bowls. If you put your bowl there, you would have Assanged your opponent. Oh, mate. I loved his radio show that he did, which was 15 Minutes of Misery.
Mm.
And what was the other one? 15 Stories High, I think it was. It was fucking hilarious. It's such a shame. Is that the 80 making that noise then?
The whoa, 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 whoa.
Yep.
It's like the hum from an odd sci-fi movie or something.
I've turned it right down.
Still check.
It's funny because I can't really hear it with all the fan noise I have around me, and with the transformer hum.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's the System 55.
It is definitely
aha.
you, though. As soon as I mute you,
Yeah.
it goes away.
Well, then we just need to mask
Yeah.
it with more noise.
I can hear something going. Yeah, mask it with that.
That's why you put background noise into videos half the time anyway. It's the
Yeah?
whole point of background music to cover whatever shit because you didn't record audio properly.
I had to do that with old sample projects where I was doing like wildlife sounds and stuff, and all the wildlife sounds have little noise in the background, so you have to record a bed of noise from the source to continue in the background, so you don't hear that psh, psh, as the samples come and go.
Yeah, before good denoising became key.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll play that game, are we?
Come on in. Get it going. I think we're in C. This is my surprise look.
What? The C minor look?
Yeah.
What other key is there?
There is no other key. It's the key of kings.
I mean, E flat major, that's an appropriate key as well.
Yeah.
It's the same key.
Little Ionian. C major.
Maybe occasionally you're allowed to go C Dorian, but that is pushing.
Who are you calling Dorian?
Mr. Gray.
Why am I putting my ear to the screen? I don't- Oh, fuck you. You can't stand in one place, fuck you.
Fine.
I think Robbie's still waiting for his polygraph to boot up. Little wobbly. Fuck is that? Oh, what is that?
CD right there.
you in mono, Rob?
Excuse me?
You in mono?
Shouldn't be.
It sounds very... God, that noise is worse.
I've got mono. I've got stereo turned on here, and it's definitely stereo.
Yeah?
Let me just check what's going out the mixer. It's definitely stereo going out the mixer.
Oh.
Sound monitor everyone else. It's definitely stereo. Let's this.
Apparently, Bab's video played in mono as well.
Yeah, that's YouTube through this. For some reason, it doesn't like it, but.
What the hell is all that racket?
In a word, you.
Everything on the mixer is now turned down except the mic. I see it. That's not right. There's something going on there.
Ah. That's almost killed it. Yeah, it's gone.
But it's not the 80. The hell is it then?
Lily, what have you tuned now?
Don't know. Put everything back now.
I'll definitely bring the fancy cable tester with me.
Yeah. Most of them are brand new. I think there's something else going on. Is it just that the patch is very centralised?
Let's try.
Because the very micro sounds like it's cutting in and out.
Yeah, it's almost like it sounds like it's been picked up by a microphone, a condenser microphone on the other side of the room. Weirdly.
Yeah, like echo cancellation is trying to kill it.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Of course.
Because it normally sounds absolutely fucking gorgeous. I think that was the Sound on Sound review, actually. Word for word. Oh, hello.
That looks a lot better on the analyzer.
It was picnic.
It was background noise reduction.
Good God, sir. What were you thinking?
Reduce background noise, how dare you?
Seriously, how much farting do you actually do? That requires that setting.
That's because it's got me fans on.
Oh.
That's what they call it nowadays.
Yeah, showing off. Yeah. Showing off. That's better. Showing off in front of his fans. Hey!
That's not C minor.
No, that was C major, darling.
Yes. Was that that's not C minor?
I had to look it up.
Hey, talking of chords, I might be absolutely massively late to this party,
But
there is an app called Chordbot,
okay.
and I knew nothing about this until I read an interview with St. Vincent, who said that she starts a lot of her songs using Chordbot, and it's basically this really simple little app
Yeah.
that you choose. You choose the key that you want to play in, and then it will give you. So then you choose off this grid. Whatever key you want to trio. So what key, what the bass note is, what inversion,
Oh,
what
so
tempo.
like using chord assist on the chord track in Cubase.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah. And you can mess around with it in different time tempos, and then you can change the instruments, and then you can export it all once you've found a little thing. You wanna,
So if it is one's workflow in Cubase, you can put enable the chord track to for other MIDI tracks to listen to, and then you can use it to also semi-live transpose things. So
Doesn't Logic have something like that as well?
yeah, I can't. It works slightly differently. So I think there's.
I've never used it, but I'm
in the Cubase one, if you have stuff that pays attention to it, you can then you can have it set the way you normally want to. And then if you want to go, actually, I want to change something here, you can just put a new chord in there, and everything else will move around a bit. And that's the point when it becomes fun, when you can actually very quickly iterate on things, rather than having to open like 12 different tracks to move things around in there, and then realize, oh, I also opened the drum track, and I don't want to transpose things in.
What's familiar about that song?
Alright, gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave.
All right, darling.
Rob, you
That's what it reminds me of. Yeah.
on that note,
Boom, boom.
I'll catch up with you all soon.
All right, darling. See you
See you
once.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Cheers.
No, babe.
What is not to like than Vince Clarke mono synth era?
I entered an Interform music competition in 1984, playing that on a Korg 700S and a Bontempi organ.
Oh, you were
I let
brave.
you imagine how fucking awful that was.
But it didn't sound it at the time, though, did it?
Oh no, it did.
Really?
Really,
Oh,
it was
okay.
awful. You imagine playing the chords on a Bontempi wind organ. Oh God, yeah. That's all we had. I had a Korg 700S and a Bontempi.
There's always a super saw nearby, isn't there?
Yeah. oscillators. I love them. I really. I have a thing for them. You know when you've got so used to the fan being on all day, and you think, have I actually got it turned on full whack? And you look at it, yeah, I have.
Yeah, you have. You know, you can't. Sort of,
Could you try again?
yeah, okay then. You sort of get immune to it, don't you?
Yeah.
And so forth, and so forth.
Stand and deliver.
Oh man, my back's still giving me shit.
I mean, for me, it normally comes out of the arse.
Oh well. When you get to my age, you're lucky it comes out at all. Well, at least I can walk-ish now.
Is it me?
Yeah, probably. But
Is there something beating very low
Yeah.
frequency? Because I'm sat here. You know what it sounds to me? It sounded like, you know, when you can hear your own heartbeat through your ears. You know, you
Yeah.
feel it resonating. And I'm sat here thinking, am I having an AFib episode? Because
No.
I can hear this thing, and it's just right at the base of my skull, but it's definitely coming. Yeah.
yeah, I can hear it. Is it me?
Hang on. It's you.
Now what is it?
Mm.
Fucking hell.
Ah.
Is that fucking 55?
There you go.
I'm going to have to move that all around. It's ridiculous having the audio block sitting on top of the fucking switch mode like that. It's stupid. I'm not kidding you. The gap is about that.
Yeah.
Really?
What are you saying? It's not the highest quality of switch mode that tries to minimize any switching noise?
I
It's
don't
not the
know.
highest
Should
quality
I?
of anything. There's a reason why.
There's a reason why it's only 1,500 quid. Yeah.
And what are you saying? Those circuits from the 60s, they are not designed to prevent switch noise coming into the audio path.
At least on the originals, the power supply was like 30,000 miles away from any electronics.
What, at the back? Was it back left of the console? Or was it back right of the console?
Yeah, but it was so far away from the modules.
Oh, yeah, it's back right because you have a power switch assembly at the front right. So it was that side of.
Yeah,
and at most you had the mixer there.
And it was a big power supply, so it sat behind the 960, which doesn't create any audio.
Yeah. Although you do have RTL logic that might get upset.
No.
But
it's not the voltages these fuckers were running at.
Yeah, I mean, also it's a linear power supply. The worst you're going to get is transformer hum.
Yeah. Abso-frogging. Although with all the mods that I put on the houses, I had to add a little fan to the power supply we built for that because it needed upping slightly.
What did the transistors get a bit warm?
You could say that. Well, I needed something to recool down the heatsink, but it was a silent fan. Hopefully it still is. Otherwise he's got this 55 that sounds like a memory moog.
They're supposed to sound like that. It's authentic.
Yeah. Oh. Mind you, it's giving him an excuse to bring it back anyway.
It's not like he has enough Moog stuff with Chris Funker's big Moog there, but just seems to be decoration.
Yeah. I've got a funny feeling that the 25 is that now as well.
Just a nice wallpaper.
Yeah.
Or I mean the 100M. Assuming that's been decoration since the late 80s.
Yeah. Mind you can understand that if he can sit at his chair in front of the computer, why get up and move?
What? That's probably also the whole thing of having it built into the walls, and you see whenever it's a messy place, but when there are like people working around in any of those photos, it's like always racks brought in really close to the center.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, but you then.
Mind you, I don't actually know how he has it all set up at Maida Vale.
Well, Maida Vale that's still BBC, I think, until end of this year.
He's already brought the stuff over. It's already here.
Well, I assume that's his plate up in Soho. But that's like.
Yeah, how he's going to stick it in there, I don't know. But he's brought everything back. Because he said the 55 didn't travel across the Atlantic very well. So he's like, oh, okay.
Because yeah, his place in Soho, from what I've heard, more stuff has been collecting there over time. I mean, it started out empty when one of the 700s appeared. Then more stuff slowly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Lilliard was one of those places that just looked exactly like one of those London studios out the back. You know, it was just a fucking tip, wasn't it, on the outside.
I mean, well, also Lilliard is absolute tiny place. I mean, nowadays most of it is just the police station on one side.
Yeah.
But
it's like Nemo. I mean, you could walk past Nemo, you wouldn't know it was there.
Well, the building no longer exists. The only thing you can see is like one pillar of the Hampton Gurney School is still there.
No, I mean back in the day,
yeah.
You could walk past it, you wouldn't know it was there at all, would you?
So, yeah, I mean, considering how tiny that school building was originally, but he was on the top floor there.
Yeah.
Is this audio working? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it bad or is it okay?
That's all right.
All right, I'm tweaking some audio stuff here.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, Robbie was talking about ChordBot. I was using that for like 5 years. It's a great app. Really, really cool.
Oh, finding chords is my fun.
There are about 10 out there, or give or take, on iOS, and that's like the best one. I've used a whole bunch of them.
I could do with a drum bot or a lead bot. Don't need a chord bot.
Yeah.
Well, Chordbot does drums as well. I mean,
It does have
really?
drum loops in it, yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of
Oh,
gets
I
you.
know.
It's just like a little
Get a flavour.
get juices flowing sort of thing.
Yeah,
I actually made a
yeah.
track based on Chordbot a while back. It was really nice. It was fun.
Have some of that.
I didn't tell anybody it was. Actually, I didn't mention Chordbot in the title, but nobody knows what I used it for exactly. So,
Mm.
I mean, there's a free version that you can use. You just can't save or export.
yeah,
But the paid version is only $4.99.
Oh, for God's sake.
I know.
Nothing in it.
yeah, it's really nice.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. I think Andy's dead.
Oh, did I glitch out?
Oh, you buzzed like you're like 10,000
I think
volts.
I bumped into something. Sorry, it's just.
It was a classic, and our survey said.
It's probably this too. I don't think it's grounded properly.
Yeah.
Who needs
Somewhere.
grounding anyway?
No, it sounds all right. There's no hums or anything like that. It's all pretty clear.
It's kind of a wacky setup. But I was just hooking up in case you guys are playing some more. I was going to join in, but
Oh. No, Robbie's walked away from his PB12.
Well, that's just down to me.
I can't walk away. There's no space to walk in here.
Well, the PB12 seems to come up with shit. Do you know what I mean?
It does.
Stuff that you can then follow. You know?
It has a knack.
It has some very cleverly written patches in it, does it not?
there you go.
I might be able to
That's,
find something from
Is
the,
this too loud? Can you hear this?
It's fine.
Yeah, is that too loud?
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like it's coming.
It's not clean.
Hang on.
It sounds like it's been mic pick up rather than...
Yeah.
Actually, it isn't because I can't hear it in the room right now. So
But
let me
yeah,
reroute
that's-
real quick. Let me see if this hat works here.
Alright, bud.
It might drop me here. Okay, you guys can probably hear me, but I can't hear you now, so now I have to fix this.
Hey, the guy who's supposed to be supplying the lead is pissed off. Didn't we pay him? Where? Are you hiding under the desk?
Did he get eaten by a cat?
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Oh. I think he's been attacked by a polybrute.
You hear that okay?
Yep. A
Can
bit of
tell it.
stereo going on there though.
Oh, is it panning?
So no, it's very monopied.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
It's a lie.
More team
Hear
vigor.
that? Is it still mono?
Yeah, very
Yeah.
mono.
Weird. It's going through stereo.
Aha.
It's fucking Behringer interface, I'm telling you.
Keyboard track and pad.
Albedo, what a great album.
Yeah. That's it. Need something to be sequencing that.
But that was all hand played. That album still.
Hmm?
That was before the System 100 for him.
No. I need
Yeah.
that sequence, and
Yeah.
then I can go and play some chords with it. Yeah. No, it's
What?
all hand.
Excuse
all by
me.
hand.
What chords? It was all done on the Pro Solo. It's multi-tracked. All those chords.
No.
That was pre-CS80, that album. Spiral was the first CS80 album.
I'm stood there thinking, I'm slightly out of tune.
Right.
And so I didn't know what the auto-tune process was. So I just got the manual out, had a look and did that.
Yeah.
Still just a little bit sharp. What the fuck's going on here? I checked the oscillator. I just went through some presets, so the oscillator settings shouldn't make any difference.
Global tune.
Yeah, fine tune.
Yeah,
I've done that before on the Poly.
mate. The amount of times I've calibrated a synth, got it all sorted out, and gone yes, like that. Got the Peterson running. Yeah, fucking spot on. Yeah, cool. Right, check it all over, giving it a clean up. When I noticed that the tunes turned like this, go, oh, you can't. So put it in the centre, and then have to go and tune the machine again.
Yeah. No, I'm bang on that.
Ferry. She turned my expression pedal round the other way. Okay. Why is it not working? This is not good.
Bad for mono synth.
I hope that's not me. God, I hope that's not me. Oh, it is thee.
That's wild.
It's all gone very icky. Oh, Matt.
Yeah, it's his turn to have audio problems.
Now you've gone very quiet.
Oh, I just turned it down a little bit because it was kind
Oh, I see.
of... So his turn to have audio problems now.
Yeah,
So. It's like a virus.
but there's the batteries on this radio mic running out, so it's probably time to go to bed.
Ah, is that what it is? This has gone all weird on me.
I shall see you whenever next. Au revoir.
All right, dear.
Well,
You
might
look
see you
yourself.
Sunday.
Yeah, we'll definitely try, unless it's really pissing it down.
Yeah.
But it is sort of on my way back from South Kensington, so I might as well
Good man.
do that detour then. To clear some space before I get shouted at again for still not having cleared it. Whoop whoop. Have fun. Shall see you whenever.
All right, babe.
See you later.
Take care. Oh, that's interesting. Hydra has decided it doesn't want to talk to anything. How delicious. Ooh, it's having a good old think about this. Oh. Oh, it's my turn to have problems now. Got the spinning disc of destiny. Always a good
Old
sign.
Spod. So Spong has a spod. You know about the spod,
Yep.
right?
It's just my day.
Oh, my boy got his A-level results today.
Oh yeah.
He got a D in politics.
Good. Good.
He got a C in media studies,
Oh, yeah.
but the other one was the one he was really working for, and that was music technology, in which he got a merit,
Whee!
which is one down from the top. So, yeah. And then he found out he got a job today, stacking shelves at Lidl.
Oh,
it gets
good on him,
money.
though.
But it gets him some money. It's
Yeah,
20
exactly.
hours a week.
Yeah.
He can start saving for a car and driving lessons and all that. That's what he wants to do. So, yeah. So that's it. Everyone in this house is now completely out of education and in employment.
Bloody hell. That's a rare household.
Isn't it? Start charging him rent. Well, you know, you've got to teach him. Financial commitment.
Yeah, well.
Right, I'm going to get some liquid refreshment.
Good man.
Pim's lemonade, ice and a slice. Well, no, I haven't got a slice, but something fruity, I think. Back in a sec.
Okay, dear. No, it's not it. I think it's something else. But more of a handsy feel to it. What the hell's that? You got it fixed yet, Andy?
Oh, I had to mute. There was some of the noise here that I was trying to spare you guys.
So
Hear
what?
that?
Yeah.
Still mono?
It sounds it, yeah. But does this sound stereo?
So, I can only hear out of one earpiece now anyway because this
Ah.
wacky setup. I'm using 2 pairs of headphones.
Nothing's ever easy with you, is it?
I'm the loopback, the human loopback.
Yeah.
Last time I tried hooking this Behringer interface in, everything worked fine without any special stuff. But I found if I plugged in the way it worked so I could hear you guys, then I couldn't hear what I was playing. So I decided to leave it so I could still hear you guys and talk to you guys, but then use the headphone jack on the Behringer interface in one ear so I can at least hear what I'm playing. So I'm the human loopback. So stupid. Very stupid.
Woohee.
The long
Cat was ready.
noise sting there.
No, that wasn't it. What was it? God's sake, I can't remember anything for bloody thinking.
It's a crazy reactor sound.
wasn't it? So what are you using?
The only thing I had handy that was ready to play anything was the Machina Plus, so I'm just jumping
Oh, okay.
thingies. I guess I'm got percussion in here and shit, so I can. Shit like that. Like a synthwave bassy thing.
Did not need that.
Oh, what's that?
Cat shit on the floor.
Uh-oh.
That's gravity for you.
It's fucking protest shit is what it is.
Oh,
Once
was
it's
it?
a log and not a mess.
Oh,
then you can...
I'm not going for a walk? Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Clean this shit up, boy.
I mean, luckily it's on a tiled floor
yeah.
and it's nuggets rather than sloppy soup.
No.
And he just fucking sits there and looks at it. He says, "Yeah, I did that."
We used to have a cat that would shit right outside the litter box. I'm like, you little bastard. Just
Yeah,
go in the box.
this is it was exactly
Yeah.
right next to the litter
Yeah.
box.
It's like a protest.
Yep. Expect me to use that? Yes, yeah. And he does. The thing is, he does use it. But every now and again...
I say, man, I'm eating.
sorry, mate. Sorry. Oh, damn. Oh, God. Synth Samurai's doing a live stream with the Ambient Zero.
The Synth Mafia is watching.
Man, this potato setup. All right, so I gotta switch over mics here. Hold on one sec.
How satisfied are you with this notification? Not very.
Can't get it.
Just wondering if everyone can hear me.
Sadly, yes, we can.
I thought I was unprofessional.
Right under your thing here. Look, you got
Yay.
advertising underwear.
Yay. How did they get them to stand up like that?
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
They're just crusty.
That's pretty good so far.
I got up to there and then I tripped over my own fingers.
Oh.
Like a goomba. Try and hang. Wanker. Bollocks.
Nice.
I reckon he used to say that at the end as well. Just go, bollocks to it. Fucking thing. Why did I write that? It's too fucking hard. What's he doing now?
Who?
Whoever you're watching.
Oh, I'm not watching.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm gonna hang around there.
Oh, I see.
Honestly, I put one of his videos on today. You know, he's driving along in his car, just rambling. And I swear I came away with my IQ lower than it was when I started.
Yeah, it's like watching a Trump rally.
And he says a lot, but actually says nothing at all.
Oh.
Well, but
Yeah.
that's YouTube synth folks these days. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very popular.
It's just like half an hour of contradiction and speculation passed off as knowledge and fact. And then he'll go back on it and say the exact opposite.
But then you see the view counts and the subscribers are like through the roof. Yeah,
I know.
That
People don't
sounds
care.
familiar.
I mean, in that ramble that he did today, he was like, I'm not gonna buy any more synths. So I'm gonna buy a Moog Muse, a Polybrute 12, a TO5, and a Jupiter X, and then I'm not gonna buy any more synths. He
Right.
starts twitching, and then he says, then I'm gonna shut down this YouTube channel and go.
Yeah.
People
Well, it
somewhere
seems to
get
be
enjoyment.
provocative, right?
Yeah, that's all it is. It's yeah. I keep wondering: is he doing it all deliberately? Is there a plan, or is it just, a stream of consciousness? Can't
Well,
figure
you
that
would
one
think
out
with
yet.
the Behringer love, Behringer would be sending him some free shit, but they haven't.
They don't send anyone. Doesn't matter how much you love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Koshi did say that. Yeah.
I'm sure that was... I think I learned that from Tometer album. I think. Don't know what it's called. Don't know where it comes from. I think it was a Tometer album. Where the hell did that come from? I don't know where the hell that comes from. It's bound to be a classical piece that I actually just brutally murdered without knowing it. No, it's not.
He's back.
God, I'm sorry. No.
Finds his way home every time.
Yeah. Got to do that just like that. Got to be just like that, isn't it?
You have to teach me the chords to that.
It's pretty straightforward, actually. It's shapes. I don't really learn chords. I learn shapes, and people go, "What chord is that?" I go, "Oh, fucked if I know." And seriously, yeah, unless it's like C major, F, and stuff like that. I go, "Oh, that's an F major or something like." But half of them going, "Oh, it's a," or I'll say it's a B flat when actually it's a C sharp, A sharp or something. You know, that kind of bullshit. I don't know. Nobody's home. Nobody is home. Sorry. Please try again later. It's worth it just for that. Fucking hell. No, that's not quite right.
It's funny. I just realized I didn't have chord bot on my new phone. I just reloaded it. There's this preset called Lynchian Lounge. It's kind of funny. You hear that one?
Yeah.
Very sleazy.
Yeah.
So,
Piano-
do you
piano
come here
comes in at some
often?
point here.
Oh,
Oh, stupid notification. Here comes the piano part, I think. That's fun because it shows you all the chords too. So A minor add 9, A flat augmented. It's pretty cool. And you can jump around on the board too and make your own weird
yeah.
versions too.
Did you see what Wags put?
No. Yeah. There you go.
Actually, me and Manny need to sit down and talk about things like, not FM, bicuspids.
I'm
And,
talking about Dennis. I just went today to get a crown redone. Fucking
I'm
thing.
trying to remember the name of that stuff. What was that amalgam? Can't remember the name of this. Yeah, there's amalgams and shit and whatever. I think some of the words stuck anyway. Because my sister went through all that bloody. I used to test her on it because she became a orthodontist,
Right.
which sounds like it should be pronounced orthodontist, but I got a speech impediment. I'm an orthodontist. What? Sorry. Actually, it's not quite spaghetti, is it?
No.
No. That's more like a roulade. A roulade western.
Well, there's a bunch of that stuff played on ads for the American Beef Council.
Really?
There's the famous one, Rodeo.
Mm.
There's a beef. It's what's for dinner.
More cow.
I'm sure Copeland is very proud of that. You know,
Yeah.
it's fucking rodeo used for beef commercials.
Bloody hell.
We had a local news for a couple decades that was using this very cinematic theme. I go, God, that sounds familiar. And then I went and rewatched Cool Hand Luke, and I go, oh, that's the famous scene where they're doing all the road work. It's the Cool Hand Luke soundtrack.
So, Manny, how you liking the PB12?
Mm. Yeah, I don't know what else that. You're sacked. Yes, if you learn those chords as well, you can do them back to me. And so forth.
Why? What the fuck?
No, what dear?
No, I won't do that. Right, types. Brass or mints. There we go.
What was that on?
That's Astrolabe.
Oh, okay.
It's a combination of. What is that a combination of?
Brass and strings.
Augmented brass,
Yeah.
and then some synth. Oh, these fucking little moths! Will you fuck off? Getting everywhere.
But it worked out to be a much more cost-effective preset than this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are contact libraries here.
That's weird.
These are ballsy.
Oh, yeah. Not bad.
That's, when you think they're in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not being played from a piece of software that's in here.
Yeah, they're not bad, are they? At all. Gets a little bit banjo-y up in the higher registers.
I think I might have just swallowed one of those moths.
It's one less. It's all protein.
Protein, yeah.
Might as well get used to it. It's all the next generation going to be able to eat, isn't it? It's all right. That reminds me of something.
Interesting.
Some cartoon sounds.
Take that, white guy. Oh, very recognisable.
Yeah, it's a warm weather shit. That's a real famous sound from we played Doom.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the sounds for the creatures. They slowed it down. But that's a real bear sound. This one too. When you kill the characters in Doom.
It's funny how a bear sounds exactly the same as Fiona in a shit.
That too?
Yeah. Yep.
So it's the whole chain of events.
Yeah, that's at the end. Keeps me awake at night, too. Oh, I'm so dead.
See, that's why I like this, because it's like it's got everything in it.
Yeah.
It's like having a workstation without all the workstation stuff.
Seems to have a very wide body of sounds available to it.
Well, you've got pretty much all of the V collection,
Yeah.
which is all of those synths, but you've also got the the augmented stuff.
Yeah.
So you can have augmented voices, and when it eventually kicks in.
Mm.
That's the only thing, is it does take a few seconds for some of these patches to load. There we go.
Yeah, a nice tone.
That's very art of noise, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Oh, what's this one? Very interesting.
Good.
That's a bit jarry.
Yeah. It's very good. Oh, but it sounded very familiar. I guess that's a 600 quid choir, so...
Oh, fuck. Types.
Yeah, I think Fluffy charged about, was it 500-600 quid for that library?
Yeah.
But it sounds gorgeous. God, man. Fucking hell, how much, mate?
Was an ice cold rain. It was an ice cold rain. And all I've ever needed was an ice cold rain. All I've ever wanted was an ice cold rain. And all I've ever needed was an ice cold rain.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I have got here.
Go on.
Come on, let's call it up. Hang on a sec. See if it works, Ready?
Go on.
Do you know what it is?
Go on.
It's the Behringer Vintage. See if we can find something on here.
You're not gonna find anything in that.
Oh, right, God, this is Dreamy Chimes. Ready?
More like the sample Ramsey
dreamy.
plays. Tell him he's dreaming, right?
Right, Big Trouble. Oh, God, I'm just going to close this now. Move on.
It's pretty terrible.
It's lacking... It's not that there's anything actually wrong with it. It just lacks any character. There's nothing that makes it stand out.
Even though it's free, it doesn't.
Yeah, even free is too much, isn't it? What we got down here? Let's see what this has to offer.
I need to put I should put the microphone through this because you can vocode with it as well.
Oh yeah.
You put the microphone in the back of the Astrolab and load up the Arturia vocoder, and you have a vocoder.
Oh, okay. See what that's like. That's not bad. This is granular, apparently.
Nice.
Nice.
Come close to me. Come close to me.
What else we got here?
Come close to me.
Ah, this is where I put my expressive e-patches. Jesus Christ, there's loads of them. I'll recognise that sound. It's true what they say though, there are sounds that you just can't use twice.
I was just about to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
you try and use that anywhere and you go, oh,
yeah, fucking hell, yeah. Yeah, done mate, done. Oh, this is interesting. What have we got here? Right, let's try this one, see what it does. This one. Oh shit's sake.
Is that what you say when you've had a bad glass of Japanese alcohol? That was a shit's sake. No, that's something. Tish.
We're deep into Falcon territory here. Fantastic sounds in this bloody thing.
Falcon's amazing.
It is an awesome one, isn't it? Yeah, don't let the door hit you in the arse on the way out. Isn't it?
See, the more I think about it, because I used to have the KX88 here, and it was just a controller. And I like it because it feels nice, it's a lovely feeling thing.
Absolute.
But the Astrolab here makes so much sense because it's like, it's great for ideas, for rapid things, whereas, you know, because you can just sit here and flick through stuff and come up with, oh yeah, that's great. As soon as you fire up anything, it's there. It's, you know, it's ready for you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I was unsure. at first, but the more I play with it, the more it kind of makes much more sense.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan of V Collection, it's a no-brainer, really.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. So you just... Oh. Yeah, it's so... It's too iconic for its own fecking good.
Yeah. Did I tell you I'm going to see The Art of Noise next year?
Really?
Yeah, they're doing a one-off.
What, original lineup?
JJ and Gary. I don't think Anne will be there, or certainly not on stage. I think it is just JJ, Gary, and then Ian Peel doing the visuals.
Oh, okay.
But it's always good, you know. That,
Well, yeah.
I mean, most of it is JJ triggering stuff off of Ableton Live, and then Gary just mixing it all live on stage.
Yeah.
But yeah,
kind of missing the whole original experience, as it were. But
Yeah.
fucking imagine setting that lot up.
yeah.
Good luck.
Well, I was going to go and see them in Liverpool some years ago. JJ got me on the guest list, and they were doing this thing, and they actually had working fairlights on the stage.
Okay.
They were using the actual fairlights, and I set off, and I got to Cambridge, which is like 40 minutes away from here. So I'm only 40 minutes into the journey. I thought I need a wee, and I need a drink. So I stopped off at this Tesco. I get me a bottle of water and I have me wee, and I get in the car and turn the ignition on, and the whole dash lights up like a Christmas tree.
Mm.
And it only had a service the day before. So I phoned up the garage and I said, what do I do? And they said, well, you need to bring it back into us. I said, well, I'm on my way to Liverpool. And they said, well, it's entirely up to you, but we don't recommend you drive the car if all of the lights have come on and won't go off.
Mm.
So in the end, I thought I can't risk driving all the way to Liverpool with a car that I'm not entirely sure about.
Mm.
I can't remember. It was something very innocuous, and I could have gotten away with it, but
Yeah, I know that some cars they're equipped where if one of the passenger doors is not quite correctly closed, it will do it. Because the kid didn't quite close the back door properly last night when they got out of the car. So it looks closed, but isn't.
Yeah, but this was like, what was it? I think it was like an ABS speed sensor.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because the thing is, so many functions rely on the ABS speed sensor.
Yeah.
ABS, B, tyre pressure warning systems, because that's how the basic tyre pressure warning system. If the pressure goes down on a tyre, it spins at a slightly different speed to the rest, and so that it picks that up and says, "Hello, you've got a flap," or whatever.
Yeah.
It can mess around with your traction control, and it's just one little sensor. So I think it was that and something else, and so I missed witnessing the bulk of the Art of Noise actually playing on stage with Fairlights
Damn it.
live. So I wasn't happy.
No, I bet.
And they did it again. They did a similar gig not long after at the British Library.
Hmm.
And JJ tried to get me on the list, but he said they're being really, really tight. And it was sold out, and so there was no way I could get in. So I'm looking forward to this one, to finally get to see them.
Finally, yeah. Yeah, I think it was definitely a golden time during the 80s when all that lot hit off.
Mm.
Just a lot of great stuff coming out. I don't know what happened in the 90s. I kind of disengaged, I think.
Mm.
Generally, just like, it was all getting a bit samey for me.
Mm. Yeah, I always put it down to me getting married.
Yeah.
And just like my attention being focused on, doing the whole buying a house, settling down, not wasting money, don't go to gigs.
Yeah.
Because at the time when I got married, I was drumming. Not making a living, but I was making money from playing drums. And she didn't really like me going out every weekend. And we moved into this house. It was like a little starter home, like 2 up, 2 down sort of thing.
Mm.
And I'd got a 8-piece drum kit plus all the stands and the metal. It was a big old setup, all in cases and everything. And she says, "Where are you going to put that in the new house?" I'm like, "Well, there's a cupboard underneath the stairs." Because the stairs, the front door was in the kitchen. So as soon as you walked in the front door, you were in the kitchen, and on the right hand side, you had the stairs going up. So you entered the stairs from the living room, but they went up. So there was this kind of angled piece, and then a cupboard.
Oh.
She said, I'll put them in the cupboard. She says, "Well, where are we going to put the fridge freezer?" And I said, "I don't know." I don't care, the drums. So in the end, we got 2 little, those little half-size fridge freezers. We got one fridge, one freezer, and we put those. But she wanted the big upright thing. So because I was like a twat, or more of a twat then than I probably am now, so I said, "All right, well, I wasn't gigging as much because the day job was taking up too much time, and I wasn't able to sort of, do that sort of thing." So I said, "All right, well, I'll sell the drums." Like a fucking idiot.
Oops.
Sold the drums, and that was it. So I just kind of disconnected with music, so to speak. But I was determined to get, to do something, and that's when I really said, I need to get some electronics in here. It takes up a lot less space, and I can actually make music. With a drum kit, you just play rhythms, so I wanted to actually make tunes. I never single to Dottingham. So that's when I started saving up. Well, not saving up, but banking on my little shares coming from Argos, cashing them in, and that's when I bought my sound canvas, got a little PC, little whatever it was, and the rest is history. But I just kind of dialed out of music for a little while. Just kind of listened to generic.
Yeah.
I got out of it. So the whole 90s rave and techno and all that stuff, I knew it was going on, but I just didn't.
No, I wasn't.
Engage.
I wasn't engaging it. It might have had something to do with our age. I don't know, but when the whole sort of 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, it was just mental. I think because stuff that was coming out and it was actually new, with sounds that you hadn't heard before.
Yeah.
And obviously, like any finite universe, it slowly gets used up. And I think by the time we got to the 90s, it started to get samey, or at least felt it. And there was a bit of a kick-off, wasn't there, with country and stuff like that getting in.
Yeah, well, I remember getting.
Do you know what I mean, though? And getting a bit lovey-dovey.
I got fucking KD Lang, which, I got nothing against KD Lang.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, God, yeah. And she was kind of, not country, but, she certainly had elements of that. And I was getting into, much more sort of mature stuff. I was listening to more Simply Red than I was listening to, other stuff. I even had a thing for a little while about Chris Rea.
Yeah, I can remember playing Stars a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why. I think because I'd separated the whole band thing from just the music, and the music was sort of like, it was okay. Stars was actually very beautifully produced anyway.
Yeah.
But it didn't have that zing punch that we used to get from ZTT. A ZTT track comes out, bang, straight to the top.
I think what I started to really sort of centre around was production more than in the 90s. You would get stuff produced by or mixed by Bob Clearmountain, and those great producers. And you listen to what Trevor Horn did with Seal. I mean, that was a massive album for me in the 90s. Seal 2. And it was all about production. I remember listening to Crash Test Dummies, God Shuffle His Feet, which was it still is a brilliant album. When am I going to see them? November, I think. And they were a band that I really, really loved because they were quirky. Obviously he had that voice, and they wrote great songs, but the production was just stunning. It was just like you could hear everything, and I got very contemplative about about music then, whereas people who were a little bit younger were definitely into the club. See, that was another thing, the club scene. So I was nightclubbing in the 80s, and clubs in the 80s were, you had a DJ and he was playing songs, great pieces of music, whether it was disco or R&B or funk or pop or whatever. It was a whole range of stuff. But then as the 80s moved towards the 90s, you got more and more of this and this kind of, it was all about the rhythms, and then you get the acid stuff, and so I did start to get into the whole acid thing.
Some of it was bloody great.
Yeah,
but there was I'll tell you what, there was a period though. I think it was towards the end of the latter half of the 80s. There was one really annoying trait that arose, which was everybody had to do a 12-inch, and sometimes the songs weren't capable of going 12 minutes. It's just because there wasn't enough there to get to cover 12 minutes, and some of them are like just went, oh, shut the fuck up. It's just like listening to a loop, or the record got stuck.
Yeah, I remember sort of like when Dexy's Midnight Runners Come on Eileen. What was that? 83?
One?
No,
it's quite early.
Yeah, it was 82, 83, wasn't it?
Okay.
And I remember going into HMV and seeing the 12-inch single. I'm thinking, oh, I'm having that because it, and it was an extended version, but basically they'd stuck 8 bars at the beginning at the intro and 8 bars at the end, but the rest of it was just the 7-inch. And but I thought I was getting great value for money. I remember Adam Ant, right? I mean, Adam and the Ants were they were not a 12-inch single band.
No.
But when he went solo, I think his first official 12-inch single was Puss in Boots. And despite the fact that it, when you sort of look back at it now, it's a little bit cringeworthy lyrically. but the drums on that, it's Phil Collins, and the 12-inch single of that had this really sort of extended, like it was just the drums only, and I just think, that was brilliant, because I could just listen to Phil play, and it was, but essentially it was just the.
They had those Burundi style drums too, which is amazing.
Well, they kind of left that behind by this point, but they were never about extended versions. They were
I think if there was any sort of like mainstay that didn't get tainted by any of the we've got to do a 12-inch, and just carried on doing our own thing, was probably Madness.
Yeah.
And there isn't a track I didn't like.
No,
from
their
Madness.
greatest. I remember I used to have their greatest hits, and it would just go, and there was not a bad song on there at all.
No,
it was
no such thing.
Brilliant. But yeah, they didn't need to do 12-inch singles, although I'm sure that the record company did, because so many record companies put stuff out on 12-inch because people were thinking they were getting more for their money, or they might get an extended version. So you might get something with an extra 16 bars in it and an extra B-side, which was invariably a shitty live track or something.
Where was Madness from?
Camden, London.
Yeah, London
Chalk Farm.
boys.
Yeah. But there was. But I remember
Squeeze were another one.
Yeah. Oh man, who tell a story in 3.5 minutes from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Where you come away thinking you know these people they've been talking about.
Yeah.
Up the junction.
You can literally picture it in your head as you're listening to it.
Yeah. That the whole story from Up the
fantastic
Junction.
Song. Yeah.
Madness really took off here because of the wacky videos.
Yeah. I remember they filmed House of Fun at Great Yarmouth, Pleasure Beach, and the word got round and we all tried to get up there, and we didn't, but it was...
Well, I mean, I Squeeze could come up with lyrics like, what was it? You better watch out, here comes a tornado. You end up looking like a mashed potato.
I mean, the opening line from Up the Junction, I never thought it would happen with me and a girl from Clapham out on that windy common that night I haven't forgotten. Just tell you in those 4 lines, you see those 2 people, and you see them having it away on Clapham Common, not giving a shit, and
dealing out some or other passions.
Yeah, I mean, it was just brilliant, and they carried on doing it. One of my favourite songs of theirs is on Frank, the album, and it's called Peyton Place, and it's. I don't know if it's got anything to do with the old TV series, but just lyrics. Some of the lyrics in that song and the story, it's just genius. Oh, and one of their best ones. Again, it was on the Frank album. There's one called "She Doesn't Have to Shave," and it's basically about periods. And he's Glenn's telling this story, oh, she's lucky she doesn't have to shave, but then at the end he says, but I'm so lucky I'm not doubled up in pain, so it's kind of doing that whole
thing.
comparison
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and then throw it on its head.
Very, very pro-feminist song. And the other one that's on there that's really good is Love Circles, which is a Chris Difford, because he has that kind of deep voice, very sort of, it's not really a singing voice, but he holds a tune, but and it, talking about all the circles of love, and it starts off all rosy, and then he gets older and things get more boring and dull, and then things can go wrong and all this.
Yeah.
Great, proper songs.
Yes.
Start having problems with the audio interface, all that kind of stuff.
The specials. Yes, Stephen. Absolutely, that's another one.
And the Beat.
Yeah.
The Beat were one of my favourite ska bands.
But I remember doing the classic, the classic teenager thing. When I got, what was it? I Only Want to Be With You.
Mm-hmm. The
tourists
version.
The tourists, yeah. Not knowing that there was a previous version.
Yeah. Yeah, I
You know,
remember.
and I did that
innocent,
classic. Yeah, this is our music. This is fuck off. This is our and then
Yeah.
finding out a few years later, going, oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a cover.
oh, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it today now. I mean, it's like when when you've got these sort of like they're normally titled American reacts to what was the one Fiona had running the other day? Oh, Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Mm.
And I'm going, seriously, you must have heard it somewhere in your short insignificant life. Surely you've heard it, at least a bit of it, someplace.
Mm.
Never heard it. Had no idea about this thing. And it was kind of, I don't know, sort of settling in a way to see them getting blown away by it.
Mm.
And what when they were talking about it afterwards, and they were saying, "Oh, I didn't know that you could really change, chords and speeds and and styles mid song."
Mm.
Yeah, hello, welcome to
Classical music, yeah.
Yeah.
welcome to fucking variety, rather than just boom chi boom chi boom chi, and constantly and then finish boom. The general. There's people who do clever stuff.
Mm.
I mean, I wasn't rating Eminem, and then stopped and actually listened to the stuff he was doing and going, fucking hell, this is good.
Well, the first two albums.
It's creative, really
Yeah.
creative. And I was going, fucking hell, yeah, actually. And ended up buying them, But initially it was just like, oh, God, somebody else doing this a lot into a microphone. It's like, fuck off. I've
Yo,
seen
yo, yo.
hundreds of them. Yeah. And at the end of the track going, did you understand a single fucking word he said? For 3 minutes I'm there going,
He's
what?
fast.
Yeah.
He's
But-
very clever as well. Or
But I
certainly
mean,
used to be.
with Eminem, I could hear what he was saying weirdly.
Mm.
But with, some of the other rappers are going, what? Hey? So,
Well, Eminem used humor and is also self-deprecating too.
yeah, Kanye West wrote Bohemian Rhapsody, yeah. He liked the fucking thing he did, mate.
No, I thought it was Elon Musk. He does everything, doesn't he?
Oh, Elon, I mean, God, he is God,
Yeah.
essentially. Funny thing is, the people he's appealing to are normally the people that would actually stone him to death.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's just like,
Are there any women here today? No.
it's like people like Tommy Robinson, who
Oh, fucking hell.
who don't actually have a real kind of job, take money off people who are really, really could not, do with not paying some idiot some money to, fund his cause, and then fucking swans off and is living in a 5-star hotel abroad whilst his fucking towns and cities burning,
Yeah.
and you think, what? Yeah, it's weird.
It'd be nice to be on the news, And Tommy Robinson today, we couldn't find a stock photograph of Tommy Robinson, so here's a photograph of a used tampon in a bin.
Tommy 10 names, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the angry guy who's hiding out.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's
Mr.
former
Tough guy.
leader of the
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
supposedly, he fucking runs away.
He's an old man that isn't.
Is that kind of Cockney accent? Is that embellished, or is that really the way he talks?
Fuck knows. He's got double-barreled. His real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon, but double-barreled names don't go over with the council estate folks around here. So.
Yeah. Well, it's the same as Prince of Evil, isn't it? It's double barrel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beelzebub. But yeah, I don't know. But no, I maybe it's just me. Maybe it's something that just occurs, that you get to a certain age and you start to disengage from mainstream music, unless something really, jumps out and grabs you. Because there are tracks that will do that. There were tracks during the 90s that did that, and the
Oh, yeah, I mean,
noughties.
the 90s wasn't awful and terrible, and you know, I do remember a lot of, you know, the music, but I think I remember it more because it was like a soundtrack to what I was doing at the time, rather than, you know, I was doing like radio as well at the time, so I was trying to keep my thing, but I ended up kind of sticking to, you know, what was comfortable and not really sort of going out there. And
yeah, I started going back and just and just stayed in the 80s until about 10 years ago. You know, a lot. Well, it's just the CD collection, I suppose. It was just the way it was just happened through osmosis. But in the workshop, and I'll be banging out things like Rio, do you know what I mean, and stuff like that out of the workshop while I'm working. And then, you know, but then I'm, you know, when I got into, you know, listening to guys on, you know, here. You know, some of the stuff they've done, especially with you know, Grace and Brooksy and that. And Babs, I bought a few of hers as well, and you know, and various people. I mean, there's loads of them. I remember playing them, and I'd get around to playing them again, and yeah, and that sort of like, you know, helped get me out of the rut, I think we'll call it. Because you're like, oh, what do you want to listen? You know, there's all this, that, and the other on YouTube and stuff like that. And I go, yeah, and I end up, you know, playing Marla, or Tomita. You know what I mean? It's weird. Oh, there's some Tangerine Dream. All right, listen to that for a while. You know.
I think I started again. I'm not blaming my ex-wife for my disinterest in music, but it did seem to be that once we'd split up, I was just finding new things again, and you know, I remember sort of like discovering Soul Wax. They were just, you know, absolutely brilliant, and then going there. Thankfully, you know, we had the internet then, and you could search for a band, and then from that find another band, and then another band, and another band.
Robbie, you just had a moth fly by your camera.
Yeah, I know, they're all over the place. They're all over the fucking place. But yeah, you'd find stuff by looking for other stuff, and then people would recommend. You know, it just picked up again, and I just started buying and downloading and all sorts of stuff, and then I think it was around that time I started to kind of reevaluate stuff that maybe I had kind of glossed over, you know, previously. Even, you know, back, you know, I started getting, you know, properly into prog, you know, from the 70s, things that I'd kind of heard but not really paid attention to. And there were lots of artists and albums, and it still happens today, where I listen to them now, or I listen to them, you know, many years after they, you know, those records were sort of in the charts, or, you know, current. And I think my ear, and I use that, you know, figuratively, you know, my ear matured enough to then appreciate what they were doing. I mean, I never got Radiohead for so many years, and yet now I hear Radiohead and I think, God, that's fucking good.
Yeah,
Jesus,
especially when you see them play, they're so multi-talented.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just it, but there's so many other bands or artists that I dismissed out of hand because I just whether it was just laziness or just couldn't be bothered, or whether I just tried to like it and didn't. But now, many years later,
I've always been sometimes when I get music, I have a moral code attached to it, at least where possible. So if I'm buying music, I will buy it in a way where the money goes into the hands of the people who made the music. This is why, you know, all right, Bandcamp get their bit, but it's not like Spotify fucking percentages, isn't it? Which is just literally fuck everybody, give us your money. So if there's something I want and it's on Spotify, I won't buy it. I'll go and get it from the source if humanly possible. rather do it that way.
Yeah, and it's great that we can do that now.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Whereas
So-
before, you could only buy, if you wanted to legitimately buy and own music, you had to go to a record store or whatever. And whilst you might walk into a Virgin Megastore or an HMV and be presented with hundreds of thousands of CDs or whatever,
Yeah.
it was just a pile of stuff, and you had to kind of go and dig through it and, hope that maybe somebody on the radio would give you a recommendation. I mean, nowadays I still do that. I only have the radio on for an hour in the mornings
Yeah.
when my alarm goes off, and I'll listen to it for an hour. And luckily, because it's digital radio, if a song comes on and I think, oh, I like this, what's that? And I look over and I can see who it is. And then what I tend to do is just like Shazam it into my phone, so that I've got a record of it. And then I'll, when I've got up and dressed and downstairs, then I'll go to Apple Music and find it, and then maybe download the album rather than just the one song, because I'm thinking if I like the one song, I'll probably like a few of the others as well.
Yeah.
I'm very, very much still an album person.
The old days, you buy stuff by the album art also.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, yeah.
But in the olden days, you would go into a record shop, and you'd be flicking through the records, and you'd most of the time you wouldn't know everything that was there, but if you saw a cover art that sort of stood out and appealed to you, you'd think, oh, that looks interesting. Or if you saw the record label and you thought, I like music by another act that's on that record label, so maybe
Or producer's name on the back or something.
Yeah, or it's some sort of credits or something, and you'd think, and I always find, and I don't know whether you find this, but I always find that if I take a punt on a record or piece of music based on the album sleeve or one of the credits on the back or the label, and you take it home and you listen to it, and you have no idea what you're about to hear, and you put the needle down and you just wait and you hear it, because you've actually made that commitment, that investment, it almost kind of makes you listen to it more intently, because you want to justify that leap of faith that you've taken.
However, this is the same argument people did for Phantom Menace, waiting all night for the movie. I have to like this movie. I waited all night for it.
Well,
Yeah, but it doesn't always pay off.
I discovered this band called Dutch Uncles, who, if you haven't heard Dutch Uncles, they are spectacularly good. They're kind of pop prog. They have lots of very catchy pop hooks, but they do everything in lots of weird time signatures, and they're fantastic. They're from Manchester. And I remember I was in HMV and I was just flicking through and I saw this cover, the album cover, and I was like, whoa, that's great artwork. And there was nothing on the front, and then I looked on the back, and then it said Dutch Uncles, and and the album title, what was the album title? Out of Something in the Wild. It was just this like really, that's a cool name for it. And they're Dutch, and it was pressed on gold vinyl. And I thought, fuck, this looks like I'd like it, but I have no idea. I've never heard the band. I got my phone out, I put in Dutch Uncles, and it said Manchester band, blah blah blah. Didn't show any hit records or anything like that. Fuck it. Got it home, put it on. One of the best albums I've ever heard. It was just brilliant. But I think I gave it more time. I gave it more investment of my listening time, because I'd taken a punt on it, and maybe Out of Touch in the Wild. Thank you. And I've loved that band ever since. And I've gotten so many people into that band. I've got a friend in America who she can't buy their stuff over there, so I tend to buy one and send it over to her, because she absolutely loves the band. But it's just great. I love, and then sometimes Lacuna Coil. I found a Lacuna Coil album in a record store, and it was a double album, so instantly that made me think, got it home and listened to it. I thought, it's all right. and I've never played it again, but it's still on the shelf.
Yeah.
Not a massive fan, but you get a few odd ones.
Yeah, I mean, there's been, I've done the same thing myself back in the day. It was mostly driven by the fact that I heard this song on the radio, and I had forgotten the name of the artist and what the track was called, and I just kept buying electronic albums, hoping that I eventually would find the track, and I did.
Yeah.
Who knew it was Vangelis? But yeah, but I Tomato, Synergy, Tangerine Drink, you name it. Couldn't get enough of the stuff.
And then you find other stuff because you found the other stuff.
Yes,
it's like,
yeah.
For me, Jar was the most recognisable.
Yeah.
And somebody realised that I liked. They said, "Oh, you should listen to this guy," and hooked me up with Tomita. And it was only when I got Snowflakes of Dancing and I put that on that I began to recognise stuff, because certain DJs were using some of it as beds, in bits and bobs. And it was like
Captain Kremen.
Yeah, and listen to all of that stuff. And then I did this. I was aware of Vangelis in as much as John and Vangelis. I remember.
Yeah, that was the public face, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Vangelis' music, really, wasn't it?
And then I changed high schools, and we were doing a school play called Narrow Road to the Deep North, and it was set in China. So guess what? The guy upstairs who used to do all the lighting and the sound, who I became really, really good friends with, he came in and he said to the drama teacher, he said, "We should use this music. We should absolutely use this music." And she listened to it, and I'm like, "Oh, fucking hell, that's brilliant." And what is that? And he said, "There you go. You can have a borrow of it." And I was like, "Yeah, brilliant." So I taped it at home, and that was it. That was my entry into Vangelis. And then you sort of you go back through the catalogue and you find all the other stuff.
You find other stuff, exactly.
Think,
yeah.
Where the hell was I when this was?
We had a bunch of local stations doing promotional bumpers and stuff using Vangelis, Tangerine Dream, Tomita, Switched on Bach, all the stuff. So we got exposed to all that shit just by accident.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
The problem with Tomita was he would do a beautiful, beautiful track, and then he'd do something twee and cringing. And then he'd do a weird. But some of it didn't age well. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's
and
like
then
some of those presets he did for the CZ. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, he used some very outrageous sounds to do some very clever things. But sometimes there's just stuff that's sort of
like Pictures at an Exhibition has a lot of wacky ass sounds on it.
Yeah, but as far as Jar was concerned, it was the first 4 albums, and then I kind of lost interest. It was George and Rosa who got me into Sparks, actually, Dead Man. Which led me down, because George Moser led me down various paths as well with, what's her face? Donna Summer. Yeah, and then followed Donna Summer for a while and stuff like that. It's still not as electro as it was, but hey, I'll do it.
He was just Mr. Soundtrack. He was everywhere.
And weirdly, there was some. It started to get a bit weird with because I wasn't very much into rocky guitar music. Well, until War of the Worlds came out, and then Weber's Variations, and then of course the paths from there, with Rod Argent and Judy Covington and all that lot, and go in those directions and follow those people in various walks of music as well. So, but I used to think my musical taste was quite varied, and it actually isn't. It's quite. Although I'll break out, and I love cracking a bit of music that's maybe not. It's not generally accepted.
Yeah, I certainly went through a phase in the very early 1980s where I got into one thing. Like I got into Adamant, like it's late 79, early 80, and I wouldn't listen to anything else. It was Kings of the Wild Frontier, Dirt Wears White Socks. That was it. That's all. And then by 81, I was listening to lots of ska music, and it wasn't just the music; it was the fashion as well. You'd go down the market on a Saturday and you'd buy the cardigans and the stay pressed trousers and your little loafers and what have you. And then 6 months later, you were like, I was only listening to other bits. And then I don't know what I think is when I moved. When my mum left my dad, we moved to this little town about 25 miles away. Nobody knew me, and I started this new school. I kind of saw it as an opportunity to reinvent myself, because I had no backstory with these people, so I could be anything I wanted to be. So I could just be not the kid that everyone had known since we were 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
And so I then, started to, listen to different music and try different things and do different things and read different books and all this kind of stuff. And that's when I think I sort of like realised, oh my God, there's this big wide world there's stuff way beyond, just the bits that I've been listening to. And there's nothing wrong with saying that you like Adam and the Ants and Bananarama, because they were both valid. But I for a short period of time in the very early 80s, I would not admit to liking Bananarama.
You ever hear their song "Robert De Niro's Waiting"?
Of course,
yeah.
Most people don't know that song. It's hilarious. Yeah.
Oh, over here, it's
It did quite well over here, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did it?
But there again, back then we were. There was a point where you were really diverse. We'd be really diverse with music in exactly that sort of things. You got Stranglers, Bananarama, whatever.
Well, the Stranglers changed a lot too. They had a lot of different stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Bands like the Stranglers,
Golden Brown.
Yeah.
Golden Brown, then Peaches. You're like, what the fuck? This is the same band?
Yeah.
But bands like the Stranglers were proper punk bands, not the fucking Sex Pistols. Who I love the Sex Pistols. I think they were great for what they did, but they were manufactured and they were it was all a bit of a fucking sham. But punk was a movement. Punk was a way of life, and the Stranglers, they got a lot of people, and the Damned had the same thing. When they started to get a bit more commercial and a bit, leaving that sort of 3-chord shouty rock and roll stuff behind, and started doing things like Golden Brown and the Damned were doing Eloise and cover versions of these sort of things, and they were getting slated by the diehards. But they were just,
how dare you show range, right?
Yeah, exactly. They were just, punk wasn't about just that kind of music. Punk was an attitude. Punk was a, it was so much more than just the fucking music.
It was an entire movement.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't
It was an enema. It was a cultural enema that just cleaned the slate. And because of punk, we didn't have punk, we wouldn't have had, the electronic, for want of a better phrase, new wave, come through, because bands like Human League and Joy Division and all that, they were as punk as anybody else, but they just used synthesizers. But in the traditional term of sort of vision of punk, it was 2 guitars, a bass and drums. But these were punks with synths.
Yeah.
But without Kraftwerk and Tangerine Dream, some of those other guys, they wouldn't have quite gone that, I don't think, because they needed that influence.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were hearing the sounds.
Yeah. But also it was the synths were getting cheaper, and they were starting to become available to the realms of people from from Leicester.
You can get one from your mum's Grattan catalogue on 20 weeks. higher
Yeah.
purchase.
Another German electronic, you can thank Schlagerpop for that shit.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
everything,
You see,
everything influences.
3 years before
Yeah.
that, a synth cost more than the house you were living in. You know, so you had to be well-to-do to have the gear back then. You know, so I mean, the 6K that Vangelis played for his CS80. I mean, six grand in '76. I don't know what the equivalent is, but it's fucking a lot. I know that. So I suppose it'd be the equivalent of somebody spending about 390, 400,000 on a synth now. It's that kind of value. So,
well, I mean, you think about the Fairlights, and people were paying. Back then you could get a decent house or a flat in London for 15 to 20,000, and yet Fairlight was 20 to 25.
5,000, yeah. Yeah.
And people would.
Synclavier was like 100K, right? It's like
It could get up to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the super money, wasn't it?
Well, certainly even with the Series 3 Fairlights, you could get up to that if you added all the expansions. And
Even the Kurzweil K250 was about 16K at its prime.
yeah,
because I think a Moog 3C in '72 was $35,000. I mean, you could buy a road of houses for $35,000.
yeah. I
Right
mean,
then.
people complain about the prices of synthesizers today, and they just think, hang on a minute, 40 years ago, it was no different. There were a handful of synths.
50 years ago.
Yeah, all right, shut up. But it was no different. You still had lots of instruments that were out there that you just couldn't afford.
Oh, yeah.
And you had to go out and back then, at least back then, the only option you might have had was a cheap little Casio tone, or whereas nowadays you've got options. You've got lots of options, as not excluding software, but
A second-hand white-faced Odyssey in 1979 would be about 850 quid, and you could buy a brand new 1.4 litre Ford Fiesta for £1,100.
yeah.
Wow.
So a second-hand whiteface,
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where the electronic music movement took off when they got cheaper.
Yeah.
And there was more of them. Roland got into the game, and
Yeah.
Yamaha
SX101s for
sort of like, fuck it,
250 quid, yeah.
and they all started kicking off. I mean, when the Roland SH101 was released, although it was aimed at being sort of like a very sort of like homey kind of, you could mess around with it kind of keyboard, because of its cheapness, people were just grabbing it and using it in the most serious way they could. They did the same with the TB303, the
I
606.
would say TB303 was like $200, right? It was like really cheap.
It was 168 quid.
That's 68.
168 quid it was, yeah.
Yeah.
But you had your power supply, you had to buy separate.
Oh.
Bastards. Yeah. I think it was 20.
Still do that.
Yeah, it's 25 quid for the power supply. Otherwise, you ran it on batteries.
Yeah.
And people started to use it more creatively than Roland could have ever possibly imagined.
Took a while, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but they got there. They got there. Because let's face it takes a while to learn how to use a fucking
Well, yeah.
bastard.
But the
I
thing was
still
that
struggle now.
the reason that it became popular was because they'd all been chucked out. Because the 303 and the 606 never really did
Did they really?
what they intended. They just weren't. They didn't. They weren't the success at all. Of course, then '83 comes along, DX7s, digital synthesis. Nobody wants analog anymore. So all of these instruments are.
I went through the floor.
Yeah, the price fell through the floor. You couldn't shift them. They were gathering dust. And I remember in the early '90s, all these so-called stories of people going around, car boot sales and picking up a 303 for 20 quid because somebody who was now probably in their 50s had bought it 10, 15 years ago as an accompaniment machine, and because they were probably playing guitar in a band somewhere and it didn't really sound that great, so it got chucked in a cupboard, never used, and then they're having to clear out because they're moving. What do you want for that? Oh no, 20 quid. And people were picking them up and then it was the young people that were picking them up because even in the 90s we were still wanting all of these amazing digital synths, and so young people with not a lot of money were buying 303s, 101s, 909s, 808s for not a lot of cash, and learning how to use them, but also learning how to push the boundaries. And I'd love to know who it was that who was I mean, obviously there probably isn't just one person, but somebody who just, I don't know, programmed something into a 303 probably by mistake. They probably just mashed a few keys, pressed the play button and got this whatever.
Yeah.
And then that realization that the filter does this amazing thing.
Yeah.
And you've never really heard that before.
Well, before that, you see, the idea was, because it's like ASO is saying about, why the aggressive filter. The thing was, when it was designed, to be as this bass accompaniment, you weren't supposed to be touching any of the controls while it was running. Yeah. You set it and then leave it.
That's why the tiny little knobs, because they're a pain in the ass to tweak.
Yeah.
It was never supposed to be performed with, was it?
Yeah, and nobody thought that you don't turn it while it's running. That's ridiculous.
No.
Yeah, kind of.
Meanwhile, so much Eurorack has tiny knobs now. It's funny.
Yeah.
But
it's weird, isn't it? So the people who were buying them recreated them.
Yeah.
So the TB303 that we know today wasn't really invented by Roland at all.
No.
It was invented by the people who bought them.
Yeah. Who
technically
just took them and pushed them.
Yeah.
Found that they could create their own, and that's the thing with any kind of decent musical genre, is that it starts with young people trying to come up with something that doesn't already exist because they don't like what already exists, whether it's a rebellion thing or whether it's just a pure taste thing. They don't like the music their parents listen to or their older brothers listen to. We want to create our own sound, and they'll work with whatever they've got, whether it's a recorder or a 303 or whatever.
Yeah.
And if they can make a sound that nobody else has heard, they'll make that their own thing. And that's what the whole kind of acid and
it's like when I think it was about 2002, maybe 2003. I bought a Mini Moog, and it was 185 quid.
Wow.
Yeah. So it didn't work very well, but it wasn't really a problem.
Even the Behringer one was more than that. So.
Yeah, and that was the thing. That was their worth.
Yeah.
That was their worth, and then as the other kids are coming up and they're doing this, their dance thing and stuff like that, and they're looking for new sounds, and it wasn't necessarily new equipment around to do the new sounds, and then that's when they started noticing, well, let's try one of these fucking old dusty old bastards.
Well,
and then
because
going,
Richard
fucking,
Devine said they go to
whoa.
pawn shops, and for $1,000 you get a ARP2600, a Mini Moog, and something else.
Yeah.
For under $1,000.
And they go, wow, this stuff's fucking really outrageous.
Yeah,
it's a pain in the arse, it's noisy, and all the rest of it, but we can do something with this.
And then a lot of these younger people, we they were in the the computer generation that we'd kind of kicked it all off with home computing, with the ZX80s and the VIC-20s and the Spectrums and then the Commodore 64s. But then by the time that people these kids were getting into it, they've got Atari STs, they've got Amigas, there's 16-bit machines. They're able to run software that can use MIDI and then plug it into stuff. And of course, by this time, Akai are now producing samplers that are affordable. So they're maybe still not cheap, but they're still, and the amount of people that just had an ST or an Amiga and an S1000 or 900 or whatever. And then, of course, with sampling, you can do anything. You don't need all of the instruments. You just need samples of the instruments.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I've seen a kid, there's that Cambridge synthesizer thing that we do every year. There's a young lad that turns up, and he turns up every year. I remember the first time I did it, some guy came up to me and said, "Have a watch of this kid. He is autistic, but non-communicative, or was, should I say, non-communicative, or whatever the correct term is." And his parents would bring him along to, because they knew he had a thing about computers and stuff. And so they brought him along to this thing, and the owner of the museum, who's a really, really nice guy, had an S1000. Was it an S1000? It was an Akai sampler, and an old Atari ST. And he said, "Here you go." And he gave them to this kid because he'd shown a bit of an interest in it. Within weeks, he was making amazing drum and bass stuff with just this Akai and an Atari running, Cubase or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was just amazing to see, and that's kind of what was going on back then. You just got young people not phased by any of this stuff, save up enough money, buy a sampler with an ST, and if you're lucky, maybe you have a 303 or a 909 to do your beats with. Away you go.
Yeah, I know. It's mad, isn't it?
Nowadays, nowadays you don't even need money really to be able to make or to obtain the tools.
Well, no, you can do it with lots of free stuff as well, can't
Yeah.
you, now these days? But do you remember when the samplers really started to take off proper, especially with the Akai S1000 coming out and stuff like that? I think we're going, yeah, you just need, you can just have this now. You just need this and a computer, and no need for any more gear. Sorted.
Yeah.
Okay, we believe you.
But I mean, there was a time when you could, just have a sampler and make entire tracks with just a computer and a sampler, or a piece, some sort of, sequencing equipment.
Yeah, because multi-timbre, you can go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could do entire, and a lot of the music, a lot of the, that electronic dance music, the youth culture music of the time, wasn't very intricate and multi-layered. You had a bass line, you had some drums, you maybe had a little arpeggio or a melody and a lead. And you needed half a dozen tracks of stuff, and you've got the making of a house classic or whatever. It wasn't. It was stripped back and not minimalist, but you didn't have the need for massive productions and all of all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And you try to tell the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some great 80s soundtracks and stuff made by guys with a piano, a Prophet 5, a drum machine, and maybe some effects. That's it.
Yeah.
And all this variety. Just using the brain.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's one of those things that the less equipment you've got, the more you concentrate on the notes.
I always say my most productive period was when literally all I had was a computer and a rolling sound canvas and a controller. That was it. That was my most productive period.
I had what was it? A Tascam. Was it a Tascam? No, it wasn't. What was the other one?
Fostex?
I think it was a little Fostex. Oh yeah, I have a Tayak 4-tracker and a Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
And I put some shit together with that, mate, I tell you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, when I got that sound canvas, it was 32 part multi-timbral, so I could have 32 instruments playing at any time, and it was, I think, 64 note polyphonic, which was plenty. And they had this piece of software called Evolution Audio, which was just like a cheap sort of Cubase knockoff style, just linear arrangement page and piano roll and what have you.
Same company made those controllers, right?
Yeah.
Evolution controllers, yeah.
Yeah, the software came with an Evolution MK149 or whatever it was. I've still got it in the garage. You had like 2 rows of buttons, 10 buttons each, with a little 2-digit display. 1 row of buttons was like transpose, and then the others was 0 to 9, so you could just key in, and it would send CCs and stuff. So you could choose patches and things. Yeah. Basic as hell, plastically as fuck, but the software came with it. So I paid like 110 quid for this controller, and you got the sequencer package with it, which was perfect. And you couldn't record audio into it, I don't think, but you could import audio files and stick them on their own tracks, and it would play them. Could you record audio? I can't remember. I don't think. I think even if you could record audio, the computers of the day weren't just. This was before, Cubase with audio recording. But yeah, and I had just the sound canvas, the controller, and the computer that was running this software, and I was doing multi-track pieces of music. I was doing orchestral stuff, I was doing jazzy stuff, I was doing, dancey stuff, because the sound canvas had all of those Roland 303 basses, and they'd cottoned on to all of that by then, and we could do pretty much everything with that. And then I could see, as soon as I got my next synth, which I think was the CS1X, and then I got the Prophecy. And then you start thinking, well, do I use this? And you start getting that, choice paralysis. And then you get Cubase. So, eventually, saved up enough money to get the proper Cubase 3, I think it was. And then you start struggling with that. And then your computer isn't quite up to scratch. Then you've got to upgrade your computer. And all of a sudden, you're into this cycle where every time you get something new, something else needs replacing to keep up with it.
Yeah. They introduce another type of cable connection. You go,
yeah. I mean, I remember I didn't have, the only way I could get MIDI in and out of my PC was through the printer port, through a serial connection. And you had to buy it. I've still got it. I found it the other day, actually. It's a Roland cable that goes into the printer port, and then the other one is that serial TG interface that went into the back of the sound canvas, which was nice because it was one cable, and it did all of the 32 channels.
I had one to use the joystick port, which is hilarious.
I was. Yeah, you all went, and I guessed it was me.
Yeah, I was spoilt by having an ST and having the MIDI ports already presented.
Yes, indeed.
To me.
We all wanted them.
Yeah, the old sound canvas, you had to use a joystick port thingy on there. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I can still remember those where MIDI still wasn't a standard, and how one synth responded to MIDI was not necessarily the same as another synth would respond to MIDI. What was the one? Was it a Chase Bit 01 MIDI'd up to a DX7, I think it was, and it didn't recognise note off.
Wow.
Yeah. Worked perfectly without the MIDI, but as soon as you connected that up, anything you sent to it, it would play the note, but it wouldn't shut down. Just stay on.
I never had problems with old MIDI stuff. Just the limitations of the board, like the SX240. You can do note on, note off, a couple of little pitch bends, stuff like that, but you cannot do patch exchange with it. I still did an audio port. Because it's so damn old.
Yeah, it was like, well, I mean, Jesus Christ, I mean, that Prophet 452 I just did, the guy said, oh, can you put the factories on it? I went, yeah, I actually have WAV files of the factory presets for the Rev 2. I've got them on the iPad. So I get the iPad, I call out the files, call them into Cubase, and I set them up as tracks, and I can just go mute one or the other depending on which set of banks I'm putting in. Put the USB-C cable in with the adapter to the 3.5, which is adapted back to a 1/4-inch jack. Lean over the synth, and it hasn't got a fucking tape in. This hasn't had the cassette upgrade. The patches had to be entered from a chart. Right.
Oh my god.
Bell. That on. And I had to put in all fucking 5 banks.
Oh, bloody hell.
It took a little while. So in the end I was just going, that's close enough.
And you get those variations, yeah, because the chart, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
It's never quite right.
where they go, there would be one parameter where they go, oh yeah, this is between 5 and 6. And I go, well, it's 5 or nah, I'll fucking do it. Don't matter. It's not going to sound that fucking different. So
What was the one that had the little micro cassette? Was that the 10? Prophet 10 had a little micro cassette built into the side. Or was that an override?
Yes. No, the Prophet 10 did have a little cassette in the end cheek.
That's it.
But it was an upgrade.
Right.
And there was an EPROM upgrade for it as well, and you had to put all the new EPROMs in as well for it to work. But it was another machine that had it as well. It had, those, it's like dictaphone tapes, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was it an Oberheim?
I think it might have been, actually.
Yeah.
I think it might have been. But yeah, I mean, I've got all these web files for so many different bloody keyboards. It's ridiculous. Just in case. And yet today, still, Jupiter 8, it doesn't give a shit how loud or quiet it is. You shove it in the back, press right, and they just go straight in. It does not fuck about, and it does not care.
No. Well, my Juno, I've never had I've been sticking sounds in that from audio files.
Yeah, Juno's it's the same circuitry that they used in both. But then you'll come across something like the memory mode. Oh, fuck me.
That's cool. The guy Retro Sound in Germany, he does a lot of synth videos, old synth videos. He published a chart many years ago of someone took the time of the Juno 60 and reverse engineered all the sounds into an Excel spreadsheet. The factory presets. So I could run them on my Juno 6 because I don't have any presets, right?
Right.
So I can actually use the Juno 60 sounds in my Juno 6 now because of the spreadsheet, which is kind of cool.
Oh.
It's tedious as hell to enter them, but it's there.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's like somebody was working with all the source code, decompiling the source code to the Booklet 700. I go, Jesus Christ Almighty! Is that why? Poor. So.
Have you tried the 700 iPad app? It's really good.
No.
Yeah, there's a Booklet 700 iPad app. It's very nice.
Oh, cool.
It's trippy, very trippy.
Yeah, there doesn't appear to be a boot disk available anywhere on the planet for the Booklet 700.
Not surprised.
No.
I never saw one. I mean, first time I saw one was the software. I've never seen the hardware anywhere. So.
Yeah, it's a very weird.
But it sounds wicked. There's some crazy stuff in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think I know somebody who's got one, a working one.
Wow.
I think.
That'd be fun to check it out.
We'll find out when we get him on the show.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Well, yeah, check out the app.
Has he been in touch actually, Rob?
No.
He hasn't yet. That's right. Oh, I can always find him again.
I just had an email through on one of the old, well, what was a Yahoo mailing list for Yamaha TX816s. And do you remember, I can't remember, when I got my 816, the guy that I bought it from said it had been serviced by Andy SynthProf,
Oh yeah,
over in Bury St Edmunds.
yeah.
And I reached out to Andy, and I just said, "Oh, do you have like a list of what you did and what was going wrong?" And he replies to me. He says, "Did you buy that one from a gentleman in Nottingham?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Oh yes, yes. No, I know that. I remember that machine well." And this guy basically, this email I've just had, have you heard of synclav.com? They, as well as Synclavia bits and bobs, they also do this power supply for the Yamaha TX816 that apparently eliminates the annoying hum that the original eventually puts out.
Not on the audio, just through the case.
I don't know, because I've never, luckily mine doesn't have it. But I remember Andy saying to me, he said, yes, I changed the power supply. I said, oh, did you put one of those Synclav ones in? He said, basically said, fuck off. He said, those are a pile of absolute shite. In fact, the person who'd had it before had put one of those in, and it was absolutely rubbish. So he said, I built a bespoke power supply for it with off-the-shelf parts of my own choosing, and you'll find that will not hum at all. And I've just got this email come through today from somebody saying, "Was anybody fitting one of these?" And the reply comes back, said, "No, it's fucking shite. It gets rid of the buzz, but it gets rid of the hum, but it introduces a buzz." So nice.
So I had somebody on the phone yesterday saying that they got a Poly6, and they have fitted a Kiwi kit into it, and it's not quite working correctly. And they're going, yeah, you better get in contact with the Kiwi people.
Can you buy Kiwi stuff anymore? It's all old stuff, right?
No idea. But I know that, he's going to have a hard time hearing anything back from Kiwi. They're not exactly the most responsive company on the planet. But it's just a
It's like trying to get a grey matter kit
it's,
for your
yeah,
DX7.
it's just a big puddle of dog shit I just don't want to get near. When you start working with other people's mods, oi. And I go, have you fitted it correctly? Well, yes, I have. It's probably the 30th one I've fitted, and it's not responding at all. I would say there's something wrong with the kit. Are you sure there's something wrong with the kit? Yes, I am sure there is something wrong with the kit. Will you please just send me another kit? For fuck's sake. Whereas I phone up Kenton, talk to John or whoever's up there on the day, and say, "Oh, I've got this CS80 kit and it's not working correctly." Oh, okay. I'll pick it up on the way home. All right. Cheers. Why can't everybody be like this?
Indeed. Right, I'm going to go to bed because I've got work in the
Well, it's a
morning.
school night, isn't it? And it's gone one. Shit. Again already.
So,
What am I working on tomorrow, I think? I've got to have another look at that OB8. And there's a Jupiter 8 and another Prophet 5. Oh, yeah. And then I've got 2 Mini Moog restorations to do next week. As in completely stripped down, sand case, restain, wax polish.
That's like that 3300 thing you did a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I'm waiting on a power connector for that.
Oh.
Apparently it's coming from your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought it was just coming from up the road and go, oh no, we list it on our website as, being in Camden, but it's not. It's actually in fucking Port Stanley or something. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm going to get it shipped over to you. Yeah, well, get your fucking skates on, mate. It's been a month.
That's wild.
right,
Yeah, it's
okay,
mental.
well,
You ever bought stuff from Centaur?
Sorry?
Centaur?
Yeah.
You,
Yeah, as little as possible, actually. It's a shipping.
Shipping, yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
Because they have some pretty rare stuff since they strip everything down. So.
Well, look, put it this way. I got a Wilson string synth in, right? It's not even really listed on anybody's sites, right? But I took the code. I think it's a TMS 36 something or other. It's a weird fucking thing. And there was a converter chart that I had somewhere in one of the books, and I go to the book and have a look, and they got all these strings in, divide down chips, where all the numbers are they're all actually the same chip type of thing.
Yeah.
Try to find this one, and it says it's very similar to the SJ 110. I think 180, and I end up getting it from Flat Keys, and I'm not quite sure where Flat Keys are, but I ordered it Wednesday about 3 o'clock, and 11 o'clock this morning I was handed the package.
Wow.
With 2 of them in it, and we're talking really rarest rocking hall shit ICs. It's unbelievable.
Crazy.
Less than 24 hours, I got it at the door.
That's like
yeah,
an
I'm waiting a
Amazon
month
thing.
for a
That's
bloody
wild, yeah.
power socket.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll see you all tomorrow. Or
Oh, but-
later today.
That's by the way, Andy, that's 3,200.
Yeah.
When it's finished, it's going up for sale apparently.
Oh.
Have a
That's
guess.
one you just had laying around.
Have a guess.
How much?
Yeah,
I don't know, 60K?
double that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
I know, that is mental, isn't it?
Now
Okay.
you're making it really nice, so that makes it worth more. But
Yeah, it sounds so much better when it's clean. Do you know what I mean? It's like, come on. But the thing is, I'm going, oh, should I charge more for restoring it?
yeah.
I'll have a little bigger slice of that pie if you don't mind.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. They go, oh, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? Oh, fuck off.
Oh, well.
You know what it's like. Anyway,
Indeed. All right.
Crazy.
See you later.
see you later, gentlemen. Ladies, look after
Take care.
yourselves. Stay well and healthy.
Indeed.
Or I'll come round and slap you.
All right.
See you
later.
next time.
Bye.
Au revoir.